Nomination Day. Yes, Nomination Day in Trinidad and Tobago. Our general elections would be held on April 28th, 2025. And of course, today, all of our nominees are going to their divisions to ensure that they submit their forms and pay that fee. Yes, the fee of $5,000 must be paid today. And of course, Tobago Updates Television will be taking you through the proceedings right here on the island of Tobago. We have our correspondents out on the field, and they are going to be bringing us all the information as it happens at the two locations this morning. We have Candice Jackson at the Calder Hall multipurpose facility this morning, and she's bringing us all the updates, all the details. So we want you to remain with us throughout the proceedings this morning, whether you are viewing on our Facebook live stream or on our YouTube channel or on AMPLIA 102 or on Flow 121 or 130. This is your station for all things general election 2025, and I believe we have Candice on spot this morning, and she is ready. She's ready to give us the information this morning. Good morning, Candice. What is it looking like out there at the Calder Hall multipurpose facility?
Good morning, Dana. Yes, I am Candice Jackson, and I'm here at the Calder Hall multipurpose facility where registration is taking place via EBC officials for the Tobago West candidates. So far, we've only had Mr. Leroy George, who is an independent candidate. He arrived here just about 10 after 9 this morning, the first of the candidates to arrive through the process of registering and paying the fee and so on. So for now, that's all that's happening. It's a lot more cameramen, a lot more members of the media here than actual supporters and that sort of thing, but we know that the PNM is getting ready to make their way over here with their candidates. So is the TPP, the PDP as well. They will be here shortly within the hour. They're expected to be here, Curtis Douglas, between 10 and 11. We have Wade Caruth from the Patriotic Front. He's supposed to be here around 11 as well. I know later on this afternoon, not sure if we'll be able to capture it, we have Nkosi Phillips with the Unity of the People, who's going to be coming to register at 2:30. But, that's just a little bit of what we're expecting. So we're expecting perhaps in the next half hour for things to get a little bit busy. I know I'm seeing a little bit of flags just behind me on the streets. They are waiting the candidates' arrival, so it's going to be the incumbent for this area, which is Mrs. Champaka Joe Lewis, who will be registering for a third time, to compete a third time and hopefully get into office for a third term. So, and then the TPP candidate, Mr. Joel Sampson, should be right afterwards. So that's just it from me right here. That's just all that's been happening. So we're just awaiting Mr. Leroy George to complete his process, and as soon as he completes his process, we will, of course, capture his views as to how it went and, if he was able to be successful in his registering.
Of course, Candice, thank you so much for that update. I'm seeing like a slow start to the morning. As you mentioned, the supporters there on the outside, I'm wondering if it will build up as the day proceeds, of course, as the other candidates come in to submit their forms and to make their payments. Of course, the crowd will build up and the excitement will continue to build there. I know it's going to be a long day out there in the field, and we are trying to capture as much as we possibly can this morning to ensure that our viewers are kept in the loop as to what is happening there as well. This is something that we kind of enjoy doing, and I know that this is a very, very interesting election this year. We have, I think, 7 candidates, if I'm not mistaken, on the island, and so we're trying to capture as much as possible. In terms of, I know you said that it's a slow start. We only had one person coming in so far, and we kind of have an idea as to how many other persons are coming in. How do you anticipate in terms of the supporters building up in that area?
Well, I can tell you that for certain the PNM is going to come out in full support. So is the TPP in full support. So we can expect, we can even expect the supporters to clash a little bit. And sometimes that calls for some friendly banter that happens on nomination day, and it's a little bit exciting seeing the supporters come together. The PDP as well, with Mr. Duke and Mr. Curtis Douglas, they will be here with their own group of supporters as well. I am not sure if the other parties will be able to come with supporters, but we know for sitting. And I think behind me, okay, we have Mr. Leroy George. So we're going to wait till he comes out, and then we are going to get you an interview soon. So when you see that he just presented his papers to show that he was able to register. And I know the members of the media might want to come along. So good morning, Mr. George, Mr. Leroy George. Of course, you know Mr. George is an independent candidate. So we were just coming up here a little bit, coming closer to the cameras. And just in a sec, so we're going to get from him just how the process was. Right? Okay.
Come right here. Come right here in the middle, Mr. George.
All right, so you're just here waiting for the rest of the media? Okay, so is everybody ready? All right, so Mr. George, first of all, tell me, how was the process this morning?
Well, we had returning officer Mr. Richard, and in my opinion, this is one of the most pleasant returning officers. He was very helpful in the build-up to today, and he was very helpful today. Everything went extremely smooth. I expect that this particular election, the general election, the 100th year of democracy as practiced through general elections, is going to be one of the fairer elections because of the number of candidates. And I'm going to remind the people of Tobago, the electorate of Tobago, that in this, the 100th year of democracy as practiced by general elections, I, Leroy George, will be the only independent candidate unless something changes drastically as from what was expected and reported in the periodicals and media in general. And as a result of that, I will be the only one that is not paralyzed in terms of expression of freedom of speech, thought, all of that stuff. And so make sure you cast your vote. My symbol will be the clock, so know the time and vote for Leroy George.
Did you have any challenges?
I feel really nice. I've been getting on the social media, etc. a lot of endorsements by persons like Mr. John Propok, the first person ever to swim from Tobago to Trinidad and be recorded to do so, Simba Lion, the leader of Connection Generals. Grassroots people in general especially, they understand that this election needs to be a little bit different, and so you want to put personality over party, and they understand the kind of malleability that comes with the situation that I'm in, making me more or less basically the only person that is really qualified to represent the people of Tobago in this particular election.
Did you have any challenges?
You're from in Tobago?
Right, so I grew up in the electoral district of Bethel, Newgrange, right, in Riseland. Riseland is right which part Patience Hill, Canby and Bethel meet. That is exactly which part I would have grown up there. You guys could look forward for some endorsements of some of the residents in that area, I think as early as today, etc. And right now I live in Canby. Canby is in the electoral district of Lambo Lowlands, but most of the people who know me, they know me from the electoral district of Canaan Bonaccord, Crown Point, because that's where I function as CEO of Green Tobago Tours most often times.
Was the process a smooth one for you?
It was extremely smooth. It was very, 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 very smooth. I've served as candidate agent to other candidates in times past, elections officer for a major political party, and I would say this particular election seems like everything is going to work extremely smooth, smoother than probably any other election before. I'm very optimistic about what I'm seeing and witnessing so far.
And what can we expect from you for the campaign?
Right, for the campaign, we're probably going to be looking at a lot of information being put out there. I've noticed that a lot of the other candidates, those who are backed and paralyzed by party politics, I noticed they're not saying a lot in terms of substance, etc. You might just get a little video footage. This is where I grew up, and growing up here was very nice, and I like people and people like me, in contrast to actually dealing with the issues that are in front of us. We just had a situation which the Trump administration would have put basically extra taxes on every single nation, almost I think over 180 of them. This is going to affect Trinidad and Tobago if you're not paying attention to the details, not just what is going on with us, but with our neighbors like Venezuela, etc. We have so much situations going on right now, and if you're paralyzed, that you're going to hear that word coming out of my mouth very often, because the reason I chose to run as an independent candidate is because, having been affiliated with political parties before, I understand the extent to which you cannot speak freely when you are being a representative of a political party. But in this specific case, I understood the severity of the situation. I understood that there are things that need to be said that only Leroy George is going to be saying, and for the past 8 years or so, that's my brand. Leroy George is the guy that's going to say the thing that needs to be said that nobody else is saying, and that is why I decided to jump in this race, and I'm so pleased that so many people are recognizing what I recognized, and as a result I'm seeing a wave of support, and I just want to thank each and every one of those supporters.
Thank you so much, Leroy.
Yes.
All right. So I'm just going to step aside while the camera gets some nice shots of Mr. George as he, gets to hold up his nomination papers and so on. So there you have it, folks. The first candidate to register this morning, and that's in the form of Mr. Leroy George, who is going to be an independent candidate. And of course, as an independent candidate, there are a number of symbols that the EBC has to represent, and he has chosen the clock, so that is what would be his symbol. That's what voters would have to look forward to if they choose to vote for Mr. Leroy George. So Adana?
Yes, Candice, and interesting comments coming there from Mr. Leroy George as he was talking about, I think somebody asked him what to expect from him, and he's talking about giving the information freely and looking at the actual issues that affect us here on the island of, Trinidad and Tobago generally, in terms of our relationships with the global parties, global agents like the USA, the tariffs that have been imposed, relationships with Venezuela. So he was kind of talking about what to expect from him throughout his campaign. And very, very interesting that he mentioned as an independent candidate, he's able to speak freely. I don't know what the restrictions are in terms of speaking when you're connected to a political party, identifying that there are restrictions, but him being the one who is able to speak freely. So it will be very interesting to see the types of things that he'll be speaking up on throughout the campaign trail, as he so mentioned. And those are the things that I'm looking forward to when the campaigning really gets to that place, when it's time to motivate persons to vote for Leroy. And of course, talking about the clock, I like what he said, they know the time. Sometimes you kind of try to find your tagline. What is your tagline for your symbol? Candice, so thank you so much for that. They are bringing us that update there where that is concerned. And I know the day is going to get busier. I know you're going to be more busy. I know you're going to be, in a pool of persons trying to get interviews there, trying to get the information for us and ensuring that we are kept in the loop. So I really hope you're hydrated. Stay hydrated out there this morning, and make sure. I hope you took your vitamins this morning. And of course, do the thing that you do best, bringing the information for us and keeping our viewers in the loop, Candice.
All right, no problem. Certainly, I'll be here. So back to you in studio.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Candice Jackson is on the outside. Team Tobago Updates Television on the outside there, of course, bringing us details, bringing us information as the nominees come to file their papers and, of course, to register as candidates for the upcoming general election. In case you're not certain, general election takes place on the 28th of April right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Make sure that you are on the list of electors. This morning, earlier on our program, we spoke with Ms. Pamela O'Geese, who is the Assistant Chief Elections Officer, and she's talked us through the process of voting, being an elector, ensuring that you are registered, the things that you need. And so we have our candidates for East and West in Tobago vying for the seat, and I can give you a list of the names of our candidates. Let's start with Tobago West, as we are in Culloh Hall this morning. For the PNM, we have Shamfa Kojo Lewis. For the PDP, Curtis Douglas. For TPP, we have Joel Sampson. For the Patriotic Forwards, Aretha Clark. For the IDA, Kay Trotman. APP, we have Dexter James and Leroy George as an independent candidate. That is for Tobago West. Yes, Tobago West candidates, you can see them on the screen now. These are your candidates vying for election. Also, the Unity of the People, Nikosi Phillips. These are your candidates for the general elections 2025 here in Trinidad and Tobago, vying for the Tobago West seat, the seat for Tobago West to represent us in the House of Representatives, bringing the issues of Tobago to the fore, and of course bringing a voice to the people of Tobago. These are your candidates for Tobago West, and we're gonna go to Tobago East now. Your candidates for Tobago East, we have Ayana Webster Roy for the PNM, we have David Thomas for the TPP, Wade Carut for the Patriotic Forwards, Watson Solomon Duke for the PDP, and Gerard Balfour for the IDA. These are your candidates for Tobago East. Tobago East, these are your candidates. These are the persons who you are. This is the pool of persons you select from to cast your ballot, whether you are voting in the East or in the West. Remember, Tobago Updates Television will be bringing you live coverage today on nomination day. These are the persons who will be filing their nomination papers today, and of course making that payment of $5,000 to secure their nomination, ensuring that they are viable candidates for the general election 2025. You as the elector, what is your responsibility? Your responsibility is ensuring that you are on the list of electors, ensuring that you are registered as a registered elector to vote. This morning, as I mentioned, we spoke with Miss Pamela O'Geese, and she was talking us through what you need to do, where you need to go. Ensure when you collect your poll card, you open your poll card so you know which station you are voting at. We're hoping to see some of the supporters coming out there this morning in support of their nominee who are going to be candidates for the general election 2025. It's an exciting election, and a very, very exciting election this year because we have so many parties throwing their hat in the ring this time around. We have the PNM, we have the PDP, we have the TPP, we have the Patriotic Front, sorry, that's a correction, the Patriotic Front, we have the IDA, we have the APP, we have the Unity of the People, and an independent candidates representing their constituents East and West here on the island of Tobago. And these are who you are going to select from to ensure that you are able to vote. Remember, check your poll card, make sure you are on the list of electors, get all the information you need to find out and where you are going to vote. In the meantime, we go for a short break, but we're going to come back with more details, more information as our correspondents are on the outside. We have Candice Jackson at the Calder Hall Multipurpose Facility. We'll also be taking you to John Dial as well with our correspondent there, who is going to be bringing us the updates as to what is happening, where the candidates are, what is happening, who is coming, who is going. We here at Tobago Updates Television, we are going to keep you in the loop so that you know what is happening. So, of course, you're going to have to stay with us as we continue bringing you live coverage. We're going to go for a short break and we're going to come right back.
Security Services Company is the most advanced security service in Tobago. Ask about our cash and transit service. It's safe, risk-free, reliable, and timely. We provide safe banking delivery for all business types and sizes with highly trained staff, 24/7 monitoring, coordinated emergency response, and a well-maintained fleet of armored vehicles. Contact us at 660-7723 or visit our website at www.mi4securitytt.com to sign up today.
It's the premier red carpet extravaganza. Tobago Fashion Coda is back back with a bang, bringing with it quintessential style where runway meets rhythm. Come see the icons of Caribbean couture, showcasing the trailblazing fashions of Trinidad and Tobago. Tobago Fashion Coda 7 promises an unforgettable experience on the 18th of April 2025 at Magdalena Grand Beach and Golf Resort, a premium all-inclusive fashion soiree where runway meets rhythm.
TNTech is pleased to advise that its Roxborough Service Center has reopened. Starting Monday, 10th March, customers can once more visit the Roxborough Administrative Building to pay TNTech bills, request new connections, and more. TNTech, powering the nation into the next generation.
Want to get better? Where to start? What kind of exercise to do? What to eat? How to get restful sleep? Need a doctor to search for root cause? Look no further. Come to Majuba Hill Lifestyle Center Foundation at our Wellness Center in Goodwood, or Food Hub in Darrow Springs, Scarborough, or Doctor's Office in Goodwood and Darrow Spring. Contact 49 Swift 4979 438.
You've heard a voice on the radio, seen her in your worship, and have sung her songs during your time of praise. Sinesh.
Everybody now, let's go!
Sinesh comes to Tobago for Melodies from Heaven on April 17th. The Shore Park Complex alights with praise and worship from 6 p.m. for Melodies from Heaven featuring Sinesh.
I shall not want. The Lord has
Samuel Madas.
You'll be the only one who's excited to call your name.
Positive.
Me never could have changed my mind.
Blessed Messenger.
Give God Jesus over your family.
Renee Fortune and many more.
from my head to my feet.
Get your physical tickets now. Tickets are also available online at islandetickets.com. Visit TobagoFestivalsCommission.com for more info or call 639-4441. April 17th at Shore Park Complex. Melodies from Heaven. Tobago Rhythm and Soul Festival 2025. Feel the beat. Embrace the calm.
When the game is on, you don't want to miss the best moments. With AMPLIA TV, you can enjoy our ultimate sports package and watch your favorite games on the go. Stay connected and informed with sports news, scores, and stats with AMPLIA's fastest internet speeds. Up to 1 gigabyte fiber internet, you can stream riveting football action, cricket, NBA games, and much more. With AMPLIA, it's game on. Visit amplia.co.tt or call 800-4663. AMPLIA. Do more, live more.
Rotisserie, mouth-watering fries, salads, combos, and specials galore. Feeling for something to eat? Come and see. Our rotisserie is seasoned to the T. Kicking chicken, masala, and jerk roast. Crispy fries made from scratch. Who do you know can beat that? Or salads freshly cut and packed. When you taste it, you'll be wanting to come back. So come check us out on number 2 Robinson Street, Uptown Scarborough, Tobago. We open on Saturday nights from 7:30 to 11:30 p.m. Monday to Thursday, we're open from 10 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. and on Friday, 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Contact us at 772-7443 and all social media handles at The Rotisserie Factory.
So guys, there are some new developments in housing in Tobago. So it's goat racing time. This is 116, the show that keeps you in the know with all things Tobago House of Assembly. Each week, 116 delivers a fun and engaging overview of the latest developments, achievements, activities, and events of our dynamic assembly. So join me. Let's dive into the Tobago House of Assembly's Week in Review right here on 116.
Cafe, the buffet restaurant that specializes in all your tasty local dishes. For breakfast and for lunch. Breakfast includes coconut bake and sada roti, served with chokers, bull joil, and sausages in tomato sauce. Not forgetting beef and cheese pies, shepherd's pie, macaroni pie, and rice in various styles. Meat served in a variety of flavors, garden salads, and pasta salads. All this accompanied by fruit juices, coconut water, your choice of a great combination to appease your taste buds. So call us today to order, as we are here to accommodate your busy schedules or if you are having a cooking day off.
Good morning, morning, good morning, morning. Put a smile on your
This is how it's gonna go. They better look up and look, 'cause this is your show. And everybody's gonna know. Say it to them once again. They better look up and look. This is your show. And everybody's gonna know. That's how it's gonna go. They better look up below, 'cause this is your show.
It's a different type of thing down here. can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with Tobago. Your meals, medication, groceries, and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tobago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO, and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tobago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tobago's at your service.
Best place to stay in Tobago is at Thorn's Place with rates starting as low as 200 TT. Call or WhatsApp 745-7306 or 682-8676. We are located uptown Scarborough, 5 minutes away from the port. Remember, at Thorn's Place, our aim is to make your stay safe and affordable.
Go in. You have to stop it. You have to stop it.
Welcome to my kitchen, guys.
You have to stop it again.
That's it. That's the intro. Let's do it one more time, right?
Nomination Day in Trinidad and Tobago. General elections taking place on April 25th, and we are at the John Dial Multipurpose Facility, and I assume the arrival of the candidate for the TPP for Tobago East, Mr. David Summers. His arrival there, and you're seeing the supporters of the TPP coming out in their numbers and lending that support to him as he is about to file his nomination papers. If you look into the shot there, I am also seeing the candidate for Tobago West for TPP, Mr. Joel Sampson. I'm seeing him there along with his colleagues. I see Mr. Niall George and Miss Sertica Williams. I'm seeing the TPP supporters there out in full, if I'm not mistaken. I am also seeing the Chief Secretary, Farley Augustine, there. I think that's him I'm seeing there. But this is the TPP. TPP, they are in the east. They have headed to the John Dial facility where Mr. David Summers, the candidate, the nominee for Tobago East, is going to file his nomination papers. Yes, so that he can become the candidate for Tobago West representing the TPP there. The fans are out in their numbers, and in studio where we are here, where I am in studio, I can hear on the outside other supporters of other parties passing through communities as well. Exciting times on the island of Tobago for nomination day, as we see Mr. David Thomas, fondly known as Tomo. Yes, he is about to head into the facility to file his nomination papers, and of course a welcome reception by his supporters. TPP came out in their numbers. I am seeing, there he is. Now you can see a clearer picture of him there, of him walking in side by side with the Chief Secretary, also the nominee for Tobago West, and other TPP officials and the supporters escorting him on the inside there to file his nomination papers and also to make that payment to ensure the process is completed for nomination today. This is John Dial Multipurpose Facility, there where we are seeing all the supporters of the TPP and also the nominee, Mr. David Summers, heading in to file his nomination papers. TPP supporters are out in their numbers, and very soon we'll be hearing from our correspondent out there in the field, who is going to give us some updates as well. You can see the supporters coming out in their numbers, and of course lending that measure of support there. Nomination day in Tobago, in Trinidad and Tobago, for the general elections, which would be taking place on the 28th of April 2025. And of course we're going to go to our correspondents. We're going to go to our correspondents on the ground. Oh, here we are in Scarborough. We are in Scarborough now. As I mentioned to you, I am transmitting to you from the Port Mall in Scarborough, and we can see the PNM. The PNM they are driving through the streets of Scarborough, I assume, heading to the Calder Hall facility. They are heading up to Calder Hall, so we're going to give you those shots as well. This is the PNM candidates, nominees, and the supporters, of course, driving through the streets of Scarborough, heading towards the Calder Hall Multipurpose Facility. The PNM rallying. They're rallying through the streets of Scarborough as they escort the nominee to the Calder Hall Multipurpose Facility to file nomination papers. And the nominee for Tobago West, representing the PNM, is the incumbent Shamfa Kojo Lewis. Shamfa Kojo Lewis is also she is the nominee there, so she's heading to Calder Hall. But we're gonna head back to John Dial right now. We're heading back to John Dial, right, and we are on the scene where David Summers is about to file his nomination papers. I believe we have our correspondent, Ms. Joshel Dan, on the scene to give us some information, to give us some updates, to let us know what the vibe is like. Although we could see the vibe on the screen, but what is the vibe like there in terms of the excitement building? You could see Assemblyman Zorisha Hackett there. Yes, we saw you, and Chief Secretary Fali Augustine there, as well as Councillor Orlando Kerr, Assemblyman Faith Brebner as well. There in the festivities, as it were, you can call it festivities, I believe, for today, the purposes of today. The supporters are there out in their numbers. The excitement is building. And of course, this is a very, very interesting elections. This general elections is very, very interesting for Trinidad and Tobago, with Tobago having, at least in the West, we are seeing seven nominees in the West. 8 actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 nominees for the West, and they are the PNM, the PDP, the TPP, the Patriotic Front, IDA, APP, the Unity of the People, and an independent candidate as well. And so, of course, very, very interesting times for the general election. We've never seen so many parties stepping forward in the Tobago space, and so that is what is happening. We are currently in Tobago East at the John Dial facility, where David Thomas, representing the TPP for Tobago East, the nominee for TPP Tobago East, is filing his papers, ensuring that everything is in a gear and ready to represent his party for the Tobago East seat. And side by side you can see the rally, the motorcade for the PNM, heading up towards the Calder Hall multipurpose facility, and the island of Tobago is abuzz. As you can see the motorcade there for the PNM heading up to the Calder Hall facility, and you can see the TPP supporters there at the John Dial facility, waiting with excitement for the candidate, the nominee rather, to emerge with his papers filed there. So we're waiting, we're hoping that we can get a connection with our correspondent, Ms. Joshua Dan, who is on the scene this morning to give us some updates. You're seeing all smiles there at the John Dial facility, and everybody's just excited. You know, the excitement is building, and of course to support their nominee. And of course also in Scarborough you can see the motorcade heading up to the Calder Hall multipurpose facility, where they are going to also file their nomination papers in the person of the incumbent Shamford Cudjoe Lewis for the PNM. As I mentioned, it's exciting times here in Trinidad and Tobago. Earlier we brought to you Mr. Leroy George, who is the independent candidate for Tobago West, and he was talking about some of the issues he would like to bring forward while he's campaigning after today's nomination proceedings. He's talking about freedom of speech, being able to speak freely, and touching on the issues that really impact our lives here in Trinidad and Tobago, stuff like the tariffs, the USA tariffs that have been implemented and enforced on Trinidad and Tobago, as well as our relationships with Venezuela and other areas he has raised for discussion. Right now we are looking at the TPP supporters there in John Dial, waiting for Mr. David Thomas to come out. He entered the community to file his nomination papers, and they are waiting for him to come back out with those papers filed in his hand, and I'm sure there's going to be much excitement there. And in Scarborough, the motorcade heading to the Calder Hall multi-purpose facility. You know, you can join us on our Facebook live stream. You can leave your comments on our Facebook live stream and on our YouTube channel. We'd like to know what you are thinking, what you are feeling, who you are supporting, and what you'd like to see coming out of the nomination day proceedings today. We are waiting definitely to hear from Joshua Dan there in John Dial, to see what is happening, to get a feeling as to what is happening up there. Yes, you can see the smiles. Mr. Sampson there, that is the nominee for Tobago West, and of course they will head down to West later on. In fact, we can tell you that from John Dial, the TPP is going to be heading down to Calder Hall right after, and then they gather at the food hub later on today. That is their itinerary for today. So they started off at Parade Grounds this morning, and now they are at the John Dial Multipurpose Center. Then they will head to Calder Hall Multipurpose Center and then to the food hub. Similarly, the PNM, we also have their itinerary. They started off at the People's Pentecostal Church in Smithfield this morning, where they started off with prayer for their candidates, and then they are now departing, as you can see there, the motorcade departing to Calder Hall, the multipurpose community center there, where they will file their nomination papers for the candidate, the nominee for Tobago West, and then to John Dial to file nomination papers for the candidate for Tobago East, Mrs. Ayana Webster Roy, and then they have lunch at the Parade Grounds. That is what the PNM nomination day itinerary is looking like. We also spoke about the nomination day itinerary for the TPP. As soon as we get more information from the others in terms of where they will be heading next, we will also update you. On your screen, you are seeing there the motorcade. You can see some cars with the flags as they escort their nominee for Tobago West, Mrs. Shamfa Kojo Lewis, who is the incumbent for that area. What are some of the things you'd like to hear discussed after nomination day, when everything is settled and we do officially have candidates for East and West Tobago? As you are aware, the Tobago Updates Television, we will be bringing you live coverage. We'll be bringing you all the updates as it relates to things happening for this general election. Right here, we're going to be in studio, we're going to be on the ground, and we will be bringing you all the information as we fight for West and East. Yes, the Tobago, the seats there up for grabs. Again, I will go through the nominees for you. For Tobago East, we have for the PNM. Okay, I'm being told that our correspondent is ready there in John Dial. We are going to head back to John Dial with Joshelle Dan as she gives us information as it relates to what is happening up there in the East. For the TPP, we saw the TPP candidates, nominee rather, David Thomas arriving. Joshelle, are you there? While Joshelle is getting ready, I'll remind you of the... Here we are in John Dial, and we're going to speak with Joshelle Dan in the East as she brings us information as to what is happening. Candidates for Tobago East include, for the PNM, Ayana Webster Roy; for the PDP, Watson Duke; for the TPP, David Thomas; for the Patriotic Front, Wade Carruth; and for IDA, Gerard Balfour. That is what is happening, and we are seeing Joshelle is getting ready to bring information for us this morning. Joshelle is getting ready to let us know what is happening there in the East. These are your nominees for Tobago East: Ayana Webster Roy, PNM; David Thomas, TPP; Wade Carruth, Patriotic Front; Watson Solomon Duke, PDP; and Gerard Balfour, IDA. We are currently in the East. We are at the John Dial Multipurpose Facility, and we saw David Thomas arriving to file his nomination papers, and we are going to get from Joshelle Dan what is happening up there in the East. Joshelle, are you there? And are you ready with our updates this morning? We can see a lot of activity taking place there, and the TPP supporters coming out in their numbers. All right, and just to remind you of the nominees for Tobago West, they are on your screen as well. Nominees for Tobago West: Shamfa Kojo Lewis for the PNM, Joel Sampson for the TPP, Aretha Clark for the Patriotic Front, Leroy George, an independent candidate, Curtis Douglas for the PDP, Dexter James for APP, that's All People's Party, Kate Trotman for the IDA, and Nikosi Phillips for the Unity of the People. Those are your nominees for Tobago West. They are also supposed to be filing their nomination papers today as well. And we saw earlier the motorcade of the PNM heading up to the Calder Hall Multipurpose Facility for their incumbent and their nominee to file nomination papers. That is in the person of Shamfa Kojo Lewis. We also saw earlier Mr. Leroy George, independent candidate, independent nominee, filing his nomination papers as well. And we're going to head back to John Dial for Joshelle Dan as she brings us the updates as to what is happening there this morning. Joshelle, good morning. Exciting times for this general election 2025. Of course, you know that Tobago Updates is your station for all the updates, all the things that are happening as it relates to general elections 2025. And we're very, very excited to be bringing you the information to let you know what is happening with all the nominees after today and the nominations are, reviewed. And we have our candidates. Then we will continue, of course, bringing you updates. We will be on the campaign trail. We'll be letting you know what is happening with all our candidates in the lead up to general election. And also we'll be bringing you coverage on election day as well. So Tobago Updates Television is your place to be for all the information. I believe Joshelle is ready now. Joshelle Dan, our reporter on the outside, is ready. Joshelle, good morning.
Joshelle Dan, and I am reporting at the John Dial Community Center. The Tobago's People's Party has just arrived and made their presence known. I am sure if you look behind me, you would see the prospective candidate for Tobago East, David Thomas. He would have just undergone his process. So yes, it's a bit of festivities and activities taking place here at the moment. The supporters are here. He's holding the nomination paper in his hand at the moment.
All right, we see Mr. Thomas coming out there.
I had an excellent agent. That's all right. Ready? Ready? Right. Yes, the process went very smoothly. I had an excellent agent, so we did not give the EBC any challenges at all, and they were happy to process us very quickly. And at the end, it's time to campaign, time to represent Tobago, time to make sure that Tobago has its full share, and to make sure that we become the best little island on the planet. Yes, and I am ready to lead charge. That's right, that's right. Parent, here I come. That's right, that's right, that's right. Be ready for me, because Tobago is first on my agenda, and anything after. So Tobago must win. Say that with me. Tobago must win. Thank you very much. And excellent. I am overwhelmed. It's a beautiful experience of togetherness, a beautiful experience of love, a beautiful experience of representation, and we will take Tobago collectively forward. Yes. Yes. Forever. Right. Right, good. I'm good. That's right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing Mr. David Thomas. David Thomas having filed his nomination papers, citing that the experience was a smooth one, and committing that Tobago comes first for him. We are seeing all of his supporters there, of course, with him shouting in jubilation, stating that the experience is very exciting there in John Dial. We saw before he came back outside, in fact, on his arrival, we saw all of the supporters there waving and dancing and, you know, being very, very excited there. Joshelle, we are coming back to you now. I would like to know exactly what is the feeling like in John Dial. We can only see from on our screens, but in terms of actually being there, what is the feeling like? What is the atmosphere like there in terms of all the supporters coming around and lending that measure of support to Mr. Thomas?
For this prospective candidate, I saw that there were dancers, there were Moko Jumbies, they came and they took over the entire car park. So the energy is very high here at the moment. Mr. Thomas was the first prospective candidate to arrive here at the John Dial Community Center. I am expecting other candidates to arrive in a matter of moments. Also with Mr. Thomas was prospective candidate for the Tobago West seat, Joel Sampson, as well as the Chief Secretary, the Honorable Fali Chavez Agustin.
And so we see there the energy is high, absolutely high up there, Joshelle. I know that there's a lot of ground to cover today. I know we're waiting on the other nominees to come in to file their nomination papers this morning. And as soon as the nomination process is completed, then we have official candidates for the running of elections, general elections 2025 here on the island of Tobago. So I hope that you stay hydrated. I hope you take your vitamins today. We have a long run, and of course, Tobago Updates Television will be bringing all the information to our viewers as it relates to the election, the nomination day process today. Joshua, we have to head back down to the west. We are going back to Culver Hall this morning to get the information. I believe the PNM posse has arrived, or they are arriving at the Culver Hall multipurpose complex. But we'll come back to you in John Dial when the next nominee arrives this morning. So do take care of yourself and ensure, as I said, hydrate, stay hydrated. It's a long, hot day today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Adana Kombi, and I will be bringing you continuously the updates today as it relates to nomination day, the proceedings, the process, what is happening as the nominees file their papers today and the process completes. Then they become candidates for East and West Tobago. Can you imagine? We have, I think, 8 nominees for Tobago West and about 5 for Tobago East. Let me confirm that for you, and the excitement continues to build. The excitement continues to build. Yes, 8 nominees for Tobago West, being the PNM, the TPP, Patriotic Front, PDP, APP, IDA, UTP, and an independent nominee who has already filed his nomination papers. And for Tobago East, we have 5, yes, I was correct, 5 nominees, which are for the PNM, Ayana Webster Roy, TPP, David Thomas, the Patriotic Front, Wade Carruth, Watson Solomon Duke for the PDP, and Gerard Balfour for IDA. We are heading back to, yes, we are in Culver Hall now, Frenchfield Road, heading up towards the community center, the multipurpose center, and these are the PNM. The PNM supporters are out in their numbers. The PNM supporters out in their numbers there, waiting for their nominee to file the papers this morning, to file their nomination papers, and of course to make that payment, you know, finalizing the nomination process. Mrs. Shamfa Kojo Lewis is heading to Culver Hall, and we just saw a glimpse of the supporters there, right on the Frenchfield Junction there. Heading up to the Culver Hall multipurpose facility where the papers will be filed this morning. If you look at your screen, you will see, of course, the supporters coming out in their numbers as well. We know earlier it was a little bit quiet earlier this morning when the independent candidate, the independent nominee filed his papers to become the candidate. And now, of course, things are picking up a bit more now with the PNM as they arrive there for the papers to be filed and for the process to be concluded. And this morning, of course, Tobago Updates Television is on the scene this morning to ensure we bring you the updates. We can see the same measure of excitement here with the supporters rather of the PNM. The supporters of the PNM here this morning at Culver Hall. Culver Hall this morning, painted in red. And we can see, if you look on your screen, you will see Mrs. Shamfa Cudjoe-Lewis there in the middle of her supporters, of course, before she enters the complex, the multipurpose facility, to file her papers. She's among the supporters there. I can also see Mr. Lawrence Hislop there, and so among the other supporters. I also see Ayanna Webster Roy there in the midst as well. I'm looking through to see who I can identify. And yes, the activities taking place there, very, very festive. Of course, very, very engaging. The supporters are out in their numbers, and we are awaiting, of course, the actual filing of the nomination papers this morning from Mrs. Shamfa Cudjoe-Lewis. And the PNM will head to the east after they have filed their papers here in Colour Hall. Of course, we can see the supporters. I see they have a choreography there. All right, that is, of course, you saw the supporters of the PNM, as the nominee, Mrs. Shamfa Cudjoe-Lewis, is about to file her nomination papers this morning. They are at the Calder Hall multipurpose facility, and we are looking there to see what is happening. Our reporter, Candice Jackson, is on the ground, and she'll be bringing us the updates. I don't know if we could get hold of Candice right now, but as you are seeing there, we just came from John Dial with David Thomas filing his nomination papers, and now we are at Colour Hall multipurpose facility where Shamfa Cudjoe-Lewis is going to file her nomination papers as well. And we're getting ready to hear from Candice Jackson, who is on the ground this morning. Remember, Candice also brought you coverage of the independent nominee who has also filed his papers, his nomination papers. So the independent candidate, Mr. Leroy George, earlier this morning, we spoke with him as well, also talking about what we can expect on the campaign from him, which is, of course, for him to be speaking freely about the issues that affect us here in Trinidad and Tobago. Candice Jackson is on the ground, bringing us the updates there in Colour Hall. Candice, can we hear from you this morning? What is happening in your neck of the woods, where all the action is taking place there? Nomination day in Trinidad and Tobago, and the nominees for East and West for the various political parties are filing their nomination papers and making that deposit of 5,000 TT dollars, of course, ensuring that they are candidates, that they are viable candidates for the general elections 2025. Candice Jackson is back on the scene this morning, and she's bringing us the updates. Candice, I know earlier it was a bit quiet when the independent candidate filed his nomination papers, and now we're seeing the PNM arriving. Tell us what it is like up there at the Calder Hall multipurpose facility, and even the environs around about what is happening there this morning.
Well, it is definitely a different atmosphere here now. You could say things turn up, right? Because we're seeing the cultural performances and so on that accompanied Mrs. Shamfa Cudjoe-Lewis as she went in. And now she was not just accompanied by the cultural acts, but she was also accompanied by her fellow candidate in the form of Miss Ayanna Webster Roy. So after they're done here, they're going to head over to John Dials for Mrs. Ayanna Webster Roy to register her nominations. And sorry, just getting out of the way here, but yes. So it's exciting what's going on here right now, and certainly a change of pace from earlier an hour ago. We saw the registration of Leroy George. He was successful, and he's the independent candidate for Tobago West. So yeah, so that's just sort of what's been going on the outskirts, because people are not allowed into the boundary of the compound. So everybody is just staying outside there. There are all the PNM stalwarts are also accompanying people there, and they are all just waiting, hopefully soon we would see, not too long afterwards, we would see that Mrs. Shamfa Kajol Lewis would come out with her successful registration. All right, so that's sort of what's been going on here, Adana.
Yes, Candice, I can see in your background there the excitement building. I can see the excitement building in the background there. Of course, the PNM supporters are out in their numbers as they show support to the nominee. As soon as those papers are filed, then we have an official candidate for Tobago West for the PNM after the nomination process has concluded. And of course, excitement is building on the island of Tobago. You saw the same type of energy there in the east at the John Dial Multipurpose Facility, where David Thomas also filed his papers. And now we're waiting for Shamfa Kajol Lewis to file her papers and to emerge from the complex, of course, and to have conversations to see what is happening there, to see the process, and, you know, to know what we can expect on the campaign trail. But excitement is building on the island of Tobago this morning, and we will continue to bring you all the coverage that we can right here at Tobago Updates Television. This is the place where you need to be to ensure that you get the information, that you see what is happening, that you hear from the candidates firsthand after they have filed their nomination papers, the feeling there in the different communities, John Dial and of course Culloh Hall. And as we speak to all the nominees who will then file their papers to become candidates for the general election 2025. General election in Trinidad and Tobago for 2025 will be held on April 28th. And you have a responsibility to ensure that you are on the list of electors and that your ducks are in a row so that you can have your voice heard on election day. Have you registered? Are you on the list of electors? You need to check with the Election and Boundaries Commission. Check your offices to ensure that your name is on the list of electors, and what you need to do to ensure that not just on nomination day you come out in support, but on election day you are able to cast your vote as well for your candidate in support of their mandate for Trinidad and Tobago, specifically for Tobago East and Tobago West, to see what is happening there. We are waiting to see Shamfa Kajol coming out of the complex this morning and to see what is going to be said by her in terms of the process, what it was like for her filing the papers, and in preparation for today, and of course continued preparation to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago. All of the nominees are hoping to become the selected candidate on that day to bring a measure of service to Trinidad and Tobago, their constituency East and West here on the island of Tobago. Let me just remind you of the amount of candidates we have for Tobago. We are in the West now. So for Tobago West, we have 8 nominees rather, who are filing their nomination papers today. And after the nomination process is concluded, they will then become your candidates for Tobago West. And they are Shamfa Kajol Lewis, who is now in the process of filing her nomination papers for the PNM. We also have Mr. Joel Sampson, who is heading down from the east in John Dial. He's heading to Culloh Hall at this time. Joel Sampson for the TPP. We have Aretha Clark for the Patriotic Front. Leroy George, who is an independent candidate. He already filed his nomination papers. Mr. Curtis Douglas of the PDP, Dexter James, APP, Kay Trotman of the IDA, and Nikosi Phillips for the UTP. We have to go for a short break. We're waiting to get the information as it relates to what is happening there in Culloh Hall, but definitely we will be seeing all the nominees coming in and filing their nomination papers and of course becoming viable candidates for the general election for 2025. We're going to go for a really short break, but we're going to come back with details as it will what is happening there in Culloh Hall. That is where the excitement is right now. So we'll be back in a short. So you do want to stay with us right here. You can also share the live. You can also invite and encourage your friends to view us here on our Facebook live stream and on our YouTube channel. And for those of you who are viewing on AMPLIA and on Flow, we thank you so much. Do stay with us as we continue to bring you coverage of Nomination Day here in Tobago.
You've heard a voice on the radio, seen her in your worship, and have sung her songs during your time of praise. Sinesh.
Everybody now, let's go.
Sinesh comes to Tobago for Melodies from Heaven on April 17th. The Shaw Park Complex alights with praise and worship from 6 p.m. for Melodies from Heaven featuring Sinesh.
I shall not want. The Lord has provided.
Samuel Maydess.
You'll be the only one who's excited to call your name.
Positive.
Me never could have changed my mind.
Blessed Messenger.
Give blood of Jesus over your family.
Renee Fortune and many more.
From my head to my feet.
Get your physical tickets now. Tickets are also available online at islandetickets.com. Visit TobagoFestivalsCommission.com for more info or call 639-4441. April 17th at Shaw Park Complex. Melodies from Heaven. Tobago Rhythm and Soul Festival 2025. Feel the beat. Embrace the calm.
Welcome back. This is live coverage of Nomination Day proceedings here on the island of Tobago. We're heading straight to the east. We're heading back to John Dial. We've been told that Mr. Watson Solomon Duke has arrived. That is the prospective candidate. That is the nominee for Tobago East for the PDP. He is there to file his nomination papers this morning at the John Dial multi-purpose facility. He just arrived there, and of course our reporter Joshelle Dan, she is out there on the field and she is going to give us some information. I see a few supporters there as well. A few supporters have come out to show their support. Is that a green carpet? I know usually you see a red carpet at awards ceremonies, but we've seen a green carpet here. A green carpet. Is it that Mr. Watson Solomon Duke is going to be walking on this green carpet? That's right. That's right, walking on this green carpet. It's green, white, and black. I can see Mr. Watson Solomon Duke there, and also the nominee for Tobago West, Mr. Curtis Douglas, standing at his side, and some of his supporters there as well. These are the nominees for PDP West and PDP East, and Mr. Watson Solomon Duke is going to be filing his papers today. I see his wife also standing at his side as he is preparing to enter. He's calling his troops to rally around him. They're standing behind him, and I believe we're going to hear from him before he goes in to file his nomination papers. We're waiting to hear what is going to happen before.
Gentlemen, stay on the carpet till we return. The ground has been polluted. And we are here by the descendants of Judas. Judas and his descendants. Come to cleanse it.
Okay, Mr. Watson Duke is heading into the facility to file his nomination papers, and his supporters are standing on the outside. Joshelle.
All right, Adana, so the prospective candidate for the Tobago East seat, Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, has just arrived with his supporters of the Progressive Democratic Patriots. Now, as we saw before he entered into the facility, he laid a green, white, and black carpet on the ground. And essentially what he was saying was that this ground sort of has been walked on by betrayers, which he described as Judases. So yes, he is inside at the moment. His supporters are here eagerly waiting for him to come back out, although it may seem smaller than the other political party that just arrived, which would have been the TPP. The supporters here are rallying around Duke at this moment. Also here is Curtis Douglas as well.
And of course, you know, with Watson Duke, you can always expect something out of the ordinary. There's always something to expect where he is concerned. And of course, that flag on the ground there. His supporters are still standing. I see they're moving it now. They're moving it. I don't know if they're moving it up a bit closer to the facility. But you can see the PDP supporters there this morning. Joshua, I know it's not as the TPP supporters just a while ago where it was really, they were loud, they were excited, cheering on. What is the feeling and the atmosphere like there now?
Okay, so based on the emotion that could be felt is that they are excited, they are happy, and they are eager to see their candidate. As I would have stated before, it's not as grand as the TPP, but not because it's not as grand does not mean that the emotion is not as big. So they are all standing on the black, white, and green flag, showing solidarity to Mr. Duke and Douglas, as I would have stated before. The flag is somewhat symbolic, showing the strength and resilience of the party.
And of course, you know, it's very ironic that the PDP arrived right after the TPP. I mean, if we know the history of the two parties, you know, it is something, of course, to consider as well, especially with Mr. Duke laying the flag, that flag on the ground, and having said what he said, I suppose based on, as I mentioned, the history and the relationship between the PDP and the TPP there. And so now the supporters are waiting him to come out of the facility, having filed his nomination papers, coming out as the candidate as soon as the nomination process has completed, as the candidate for PDP for Tobago East. And of course, we also saw there Mr. Curtis Douglas also preparing to head down to Cutler Hall to file his papers as well. Were you able to have any words with Mr. Douglas while we wait, or are we going to have any conversation with him this morning?
All right, I did not have the opportunity to have any words with Mr. Douglas as yet, but it seems as if he is going to be speaking shortly. You know, I'm hearing the supporters cheering on and showing their support and solidarity to these two candidates here at the moment. We're seeing that they have their PDP flag, they have their jerseys on, and most importantly, something that I have never seen before, the black, white, and green carpet that was spread on the outside of the facility, I think is something that is unique, something that speaks to where the party is at currently.
Yes, of course, you know, as I mentioned before, once Mr. Duke is involved in anything, you could always look forward to something peculiar, something out of the ordinary, something that speaks to who he is as an individual. He doesn't do things ordinarily, should I say. So, you know, there's always something to look for when he is present, especially in a situation like this one. And so now you see the supporters on the outside waving their flags and awaiting his arrival for him to come back out after filing the nomination papers. It will be very, very interesting to hear what his experience was like, just to hear what he has to say after he files his nomination papers and coming out with that receipt, now being a viable candidate for the general elections representing Tobago East for the PDP this morning. So we wait to see what is happening as he comes out. We really want to get his first words when he comes out this morning there. And we see his supporters, of course, waiting quite eagerly. And Joshua, you're right, although they are quiet, although they are not as, you know, as loud as the previous supporters for the TPP, I can sense that emotion. I see focus there, and I see anxiety, I see excitement in their own way. They really look pensive as they await Mr. Duke, you know, filing his papers and coming back out to have conversations with them. So I really am interested to see what it's going to be like when he comes through those doors and what he has to say and how his supporters will respond to him this morning.
Yes. So, I mean, he is still there waiting. He should be out in a matter of time upon the arrival of the previous candidate, which would have been Mr. David Thomas. So that he went in and came back out rather quickly as well. So I'm expecting the same results here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are viewing the supporters of the nominees for the PDP, the nominees representing the PDP for Tobago East. Mr. Watson Duke is currently filing his nomination papers to make him a viable candidate representing the PDP for Tobago East. And also Mr. Curtis Douglas is also there. He is the nominee for Tobago West. And right after they have finished, they concluded this nomination process with Mr. Duke, they'll be heading down to Culloh Hall, where Mr. Curtis Douglas will also file his nomination papers and also becoming a viable candidate for Tobago West under the PDP umbrella. I see the supporters there shaking okay, Mr. Duke is coming out. Joshel on standby. Mr. Duke coming out, being escorted by Mr. Curtis Douglas, and supporters, of course, now rearing their chairs. We see the receipt in his hand, nomination receipt in hand.
Yeah, y'all come behind. Come behind.
On the road to victory, man. On the road to victory. Just to claim it.
So we're looking nice there. Very nice. You're on the carpet. Ask the questions.
All right, so what was the process like?
The process was very smooth, without any kinks at all. We knew what we have been doing because we are the most experienced party apart from the PNM. And so it was water on duck's back.
Yeah.
Smooth.
True brother. Yeah, man.
This green, white and black carpet on the ground. What was the purpose of that?
We learned through our intelligence that the descendants of Judas were here wearing blue, and the ground might have been polluted. So we don't want to stand on unholy ground.
Yeah.
We are reassured that this isn't just support, these are devotees. They are committed to Tobago. They have devoted themselves to Tobago. This is not like a normal support. These are not cheerleaders. These are not pom-pom girls. These are men and women who have dedicated their lives that Tobago must win.
Spartans!
Probably a candidate campaign for your seat?
Could you repeat the question?
Okay, are you ready now that you are officially a candidate to campaign for your seat?
Well, I knew I was always a candidate. I was born for this. So the stamp doesn't make it official for me. It is official as a matter of procedure and process. As far as the moment I was born in the East. And when I came to the fore as a politician, I knew I had to represent the East. So for me, this is destiny. This is not what we'll call excitement. This is a level of commitment, a level of discipline, and I am greatly awaiting the 29th of April 2025 when the dust will be settled and all of Trinidad and Tobago will be seen clearly that God has taken the cornerstone, which is the island of Tobago.
Spartans!
God has taken the cornerstone and make it the chief cornerstone of Trinidad and Tobago. Tobago will be the main building block in the island or the nation of Trinidad and Tobago, we are destined to make Tobago come alive and fulfill its true purpose. Yeah? Thank you very much.
I got some photos. Hold up the paper.
Again?
Yeah, we need some photos.
I'll put this.
Hold the mic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you see.
Tell him of the victory photo. Yes.
You see Mr. Watson Solomon Duke there filing nomination papers, coming out with his receipt, and now an official candidate for the Trinidad and Tobago general elections, which will take place on April 28th, representing the PDP and contesting the Tobago East seat. The confidence that comes from Mr. Watson Duke is unmatched. This man is confident. If you listen to how he responded to the questions that was posed to him, definitely confidence coming out there. Mr. Watson Solomon Duke and his supporters, of course, rallying around him and giving him that measure of comfort, confidence, and support as well. I know the team will be heading down towards the west, where Curtis Douglas, who is still a nominee, will also file his papers to be a viable candidate for this election as well. Joshel, back to you. What are you looking forward to? You know, today is a day that's going to be so busy because there's so many things to capture, so many things to cover. What are you looking forward to today, or in terms of your experience covering this particular event today?
What am I looking forward to? That is a really good question. I'm looking to see what the atmosphere is feeling like, how the supporters are feeling. I think, to me, looking at the way that supporters basically rally around their candidates gives me an idea of what they're possibly looking forward to as well. I mean, it's quite interesting to see how the different political parties are basically turning up at these facilities. As I said before, the TPP came and they had their music trucks, their moko jumbies, their dancers, and so on. And here we see a different style with the PDP. Something, as I stated before, I'm still blown away by that, the spreading of that green, white, and black flag. I think that is something that is quite historic, something that I have never seen before. With that short interview that we did there a short while ago, we saw Mr. Duke gave his explanation as to why he did it. Basically, the fact that this ground is, in his words, unholy ground, given the fact that the TPP came before him. And I think that shows a bit of symbolism to the little conflict that is going on between those two political parties. But I think it's going good thus far. The supporters are turning out, and yeah.
All right, Joshel, you know, of course, you are quite right there. The atmosphere is building, and we really do look forward to see what the supporters are saying, because they are the ones who are kind of bringing the energy as well. And you saw Mr. Curtis Douglas there, of course, you know, prompting them into their chair that they have there. And so we saw the same with the TPP. They also came out in their numbers. Joshel, remember, as I told you earlier, stay hydrated. It looks hot on the outside there, so stay hydrated, and we'll come back to you later on today as the other nominees come to file their papers as well. Viewers, we're heading back to Calder Hall. We're heading back to the Calder Hall multipurpose facility there with Candice Jackson, who's going to give us some updates, having spoken to Shamfa Kajo after filing her nomination papers. Candice, tell us, what is it looking like down there in Calder Hall?
Hi, Adana. Yes, it's looking fine right now in Calder Hall. It's a little bit quiet now because Ms. Shamfa Kajo Lewis is still within the EBC office, just right behind me here, filing her nomination papers. So her supporters are all out in their numbers, eagerly waiting. And just behind PNM supporters is the TPP fraction for Mr. Joel Nazi Sampson to register his nomination. So that's just where we are right now, just waiting on Ms. Shamfa Kajo Lewis. She is the second person to arrive here to register her nomination. The first, of course, being Mr. Leona George, who registered as an independent candidate. Now we are still awaiting 6 persons. Is with Nazi Sampson. Joel Nazi Sampson is right behind PNM. And then we are hoping to see Miss Aretha Clark from the Patriotic Front coming in pretty soon, as well as Mr. Curtis Douglas from the PDP coming in. Now we also got word that from the IDA candidate, Ms. Kate Trotman, it would be around 1 thereabouts to be able to file their registration, and the COSI would be about 2:30. Now we haven't gotten a confirmation yet as to when Mr. Dexter James, who is a candidate for the APP, and that's the All People's Party. So we are not sure when he's going to be arriving, but of course we are going to be on the lookout. So for now, the PNM supporters are just on the outskirts of the compound of the Calder Hall multi-purpose facility while they await the registration of Ms. Shamfaka Jo Lewis, who is inside at this point in time, and the TPP is just behind her.
Right.
So back to you, Adana.
Thank you, Candice. And I can also share with you that in the East, Mr. Duke just filed his nomination papers as well. So he's the official candidate for the PDP in the East, and they should be heading down there as well. So I know earlier it was a little bit quiet, and it is building up now. So it will be like a consistent pace of nominees coming in to file their papers this morning. So as I hope you, as I said, I hope you're hydrated. I hope you have your Lucozade. I know that you're ready to take on what is assigned to you today, and I know that you will bring us all the coverage, all the information that we can possibly get. And I'm seeing you signaling
of my cameraman because there's some excitement happening out there on the road. See if we can capture what's happening with some of the supporters as some vehicles are passing. Lots of excitement here at Calder Hall Multipurpose Facility, and you're looking at the PNM supporters in their glee. I am not certain if another candidate has arrived, but it appears as another candidate has arrived, so there's a bit of, friendly banter going on right now. Oh, God. All right. Right, so as this vehicle passes, of course it's blocking our view, but it's also excitement. Oh, what we're seeing here is actually a little clash between two of the with a couple of the TPP candidates. So, yeah. That's what's happening, and we see the drummers now from the PNM, and that's who is blocking our view at this point in time. The drummers are packing up to leave to go to the other location where Miss Ayana Watson-Roy will be registering her candidacy to contest the Tobago East seat. So, yeah, so that's a little bit of what's been happening here, Adana.
All right, Candice, of course, indeed, very, very interesting and very, very active festivities, can I call it that, taking place there today. We're seeing the supporters out in their numbers, as I mentioned before. Watson Duke already filed his papers, and they should be heading down as well right after. And I do hope we can get to speak with all the candidates as they emerge after having filed their nomination papers this morning. We'd definitely like to know what is happening, and of course we here at Tobago Updates Television, we will continue to bring you information as the information unfolds. We will have the conversations, and we will keep you in the loop as we continue to bring you live coverage this morning. Today is nomination day in Trinidad and Tobago. The general elections will be held on April 28th. So I do hope that you are on the list of electors. Look out for your poll card in your mail. They will be distributed by TT Post. Yes, your poll card will give you information in terms of where you can vote. So of course, ensure that you have that information in the event you're not certain as to what is happening. You can always check your registration office right here in Tobago's Caroline building. So get your information there. Ensure that you are on that list and you are eligible for voting in this general election. A very, very interesting general elections. And I will remind you of the nominees for Tobago East and Tobago West. In the West, we will stay okay. Well, in the East, we have representing the PNM, Mrs. Ayana Webster-Roy. The TPP, David Thomas, he already filed, so he's now an official candidate. We also have Mr. Wade Caruth of the Patriotic Front. Mr. Watson Solomon Duke also already submitting his nomination papers. So he's now a candidate, and Mr. Gerard Balfour of the IDA. Those are your nominees and candidates for Tobago East. And in the West, we have Mrs. Shamfa Kojo-Lewis, PNM. She's currently filing her nomination papers. When she comes out, she will be a candidate. We're going back to Shamfa. I'm being told that we're going back to Color Hall, that we'll be able to speak with Shamfa Kojo-Lewis. Is that the information coming to me now? Yes, she has filed. I'm back to Candice.
All right, yes, viewers. So we're here with Ms. Shamfa Kojo-Lewis. She has just finished filing her nomination. So we are going to hear from her in just a sec. So just waiting for all the other media representatives to just gather around, and then we'll be able to hear from her. All right, Ms. Shamfa Kojo-Lewis, tell me, how was the process?
She's ready. Y'all need to keep up.
Yeah, we didn't go nobody else. Yeah, we ready.
Rolling.
All right, so how was the process?
It was very, very smooth. We had done the process that they had a couple of weeks ago, the day that we came in and went through with the arrow. So when we came today, it was just simply about presenting the check. So we had a very, very, very smooth process. How do you feel about your chances? I feel very confident. We have been walking, interacting with the people. The feedback has been really good, so I feel confident.
All right, and then of course this is your third time. Any thoughts about going in to the process for a third time?
Well, at the end of the day, it's about experience and really looking at the track record. I feel confident. We have other persons who have entered. We have a larger number of candidates. I think this is the largest number of candidates I've been up against. This is my third time. I wish everybody the best. I hope we run a smooth, clean campaign and that Tobagonians be wise and do the right thing.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. Just a view of Ms. Shamfa Kojo-Lewis, and we could get some shots as she goes and she greets her supporters. So there we go. So now they're off now to John Dial, and of course the excitement is going to build. And then the TPP is waiting just behind them. TPP is waiting just behind them to come and do their registration.
Yes, and I can hear the loud cheers of the supporters there at the gate as Shamfa Kojo-Lewis leaves the facility. The loud cheers of the PNM supporters there, all smiles. And I'm hearing the chant.
And we are also going to get you a view, hopefully, of the TPP supporters that is right there mixing. So it's a beautiful scene right now of red and blue. So hopefully the cameras can get you this action right now. It's just a wonderful show of camaraderie. Wonderful show of camaraderie. So viewers, you can just take in the little excitement as the PNM exits and the TPP comes in.
Jackson,
Well.
All right, folks, so you're taking in a little, if you're just joining, you're taking in a little bit of a clash, a friendly clash, I would say, between the PNM and the TPP at the Color Hall Multipurpose Center. We just had the successful registration of Shamfa Kojo-Lewis for the PNM for the Tobago West seat. And then we are waiting Mr. Joel Nutty Sampson from the TPP, who is going to be making his way soon. So the PNM camp, they're going to be leaving and they're going to be heading over to John Dial, where Mrs. Ayana Webster-Roy would register for the Tobago East seat. Right? So just a little bit of a friendly interaction between two of the major parties at this point in time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is nomination day in Trinidad and Tobago, nomination day, and so you see nominees filing their nomination forms and emerging as candidates. So far, we have the independent candidate, Mr. Leroy George. We also have the candidate for Tobago East, representing the TPP, Mr. David Thomas. We also have candidate Watson Duke for Tobago East, representing the PDP, and now candidate for Tobago West, representing the PNM, Mrs. Shamfa Kojo Lewis. The other nominees are heading towards their various locations to file their nomination papers and to be official viable candidates for the general elections which take place here in Trinidad and Tobago on April 28th. Are you registered to vote? Remember, you must be registered to vote. Singing and dancing in the streets is welcomed, yes, because that's our culture, that's who we are as a people. But ensure that you are on the revised list of electors and that you are eligible to vote in the upcoming general elections 2025. This morning we spoke with Ms. Pamela Ogis. She's the Chief Elections Officer, and of course she was talking us through the process, the procedure, what happens on election day, the poll day staff, and everything that is expected of us as the electors on that day. So I do hope that you have all your information, you have everything that you need, and that you are ready for election day. We see the sea of blue down there at the Calder Hall, in the Calder Hall area, closer to the field. They are going to come up closer to the multi-purpose facility, I suppose, in support of their potential, the prospective candidates, who is Mr. Joel Sampson. Joel Sampson is projected to represent the TPP for the Tobago West seat, and he's getting ready to enter the complex and of course file his nomination papers, which will make him a viable candidate. Can you imagine, for election 2025, one of the most interesting elections taking place in Trinidad and Tobago? We have 8 nominees for the East and 5 for the West. No, I think I had it back to front. 5 for the West and 8 for... Let me get this right. 5 for the East, that's right. 5 nominees for Tobago East, being Ayana Webster-Roy for the PNM, David Thomas TPP, Wade Carut Patriotic Front, Watson Solomon Duke PDP, and Gerald Balfour for IDA. And in the Tobago West area, we have 8 candidates. Shamfa Kojo Lewis for the PNM, Joel Sampson TPP, Aretha Clark Patriotic Front, Leroy George Independent, Curtis Douglas PDP, Dexter James APP, Kay Trotman IDA, and Nikosi Phillips UTP. And we here at Tobago Updates Television, we are going to continue to bring you live coverage of nomination day as the nominees file their forms and making them viable candidates for election 2025. We saw earlier the independent candidate filing his nomination papers, Leroy George. He's already a candidate. We see Mr. David Thomas already a candidate. We see Mr. Watson Duke already a candidate, and now Shamfa Kojo Lewis already a candidate. And so we are awaiting the others to file their papers. A sea of blue as your nominee for the TPP Tobago West. Mr. Joel Sampson enters the gates of the Calder Hall multipurpose facility. He's entered the gates, and Tobago has come out in their numbers. One thing about Tobago is that culture is so rich, and when we support, and so we see the supporters there of the TPP also entering the gate with Mr. Joel Sampson, our Chief Secretary, as well as the chairman of the... Is that the chairman there? No, that is Miss Sertica Williams Orr on his side, as well as he enters the facility to file his nomination documents. Nomination day, ladies and gentlemen, in Trinidad and Tobago, and your nominee for the TPP Tobago West, Joel Sampson just arrived at the Calder Hall multipurpose facility to file his nomination papers and also to pay his deposit, ensuring that he is a viable candidate for the 2025 general elections. Interesting times ahead. As we mentioned before, this is the most nominations we've had for a general election as far as I can recall. Even Shamfa Kojo Lewis, you heard her saying that is the most she has been up against in terms of the general election contesting the Tobago West seat. We go back to Calder Hall and we see the sea of blue as the supporters are there. They came out live in their numbers to support their prospective candidate. And I'm being told that in the east, they are John Dial, the PNM supporters are now arriving. They are arriving and they are waiting also the arrival of their nominee and prospective candidate up there. But we are at Calder Hall right now. Our crew is at Calder Hall, the Calder Hall multipurpose facility, covering the submission of nomination papers by Mr. Joel Sampson, who is the nominee for the TPP, as he will emerge as the candidate. We can see the supporters there on the lawn, and so we're just going to take in what is happening there right now. We can see the Chief Secretary, so many of the supporters there, waiting for Mr. Sampson to complete his nomination proceedings and emerge as the candidate for Tobago West for the TPP. And we can see various media houses there covering, bringing you updates as it relates to the nomination day process. And of course, Tobago Updates Television is your official source for information. As we bring you live coverage, we will try to cover as much as possible, ensuring that we have conversations with the candidates as they emerge, having completed the nomination process. Who we are seeing right now is Mr. Niall George, Mr. Orlando Kerr, Chief Secretary Farley, Augustine, and other supporters right now, just awaiting Mr. Joel Sampson to emerge as their candidate. I can just imagine what the sounds will be like there when he comes out, successfully concluding. And I see our reporter Candice is getting ready to bring us some more updates and to probably have a conversation. Perhaps maybe we could get to talk to the chief. I don't know who she's going to talk to right now. But Candice, I'm handing back over to you as you bring us all the updates we are looking forward to right now on nomination day here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Adana. Yes, we're here in the midst of TPP action. We had somebody inside here described it as, the blue crabs got loose. So right behind me, we have Chief Secretary Farley Augustine, and of course, Chief Secretary is also the leader of the TPP. So good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
How are you feeling today?
It's a great day. Blue is out, the blue skies are out, the God is shining upon us. It's just a lovely day. And we are essentially doing what's statutorily necessary to ensure our two candidates, East and West, are duly nominated. We did Tobago East earlier this morning up at John Dial, and now we are doing Tobago West. Pretty confident, beautiful turnout on a Friday morning. Friday mornings usually are difficult. We have an excellent turnout. In fact, I believe we have the largest contingent out today. But we are doing the work because the election force is more than just large turnout at rallies like this. The election force is reconnecting with all our people, door to door, everywhere, all across the island. And we are thoroughly enjoying this experience. But overall, this is what democracy is about. It's an opportunity to offer oneself, to offer alternatives, and to have political discourse freely and openly with the public. So, and I think Trinidad and Tobago should celebrate the fact that we have this democracy and that this democracy works for us. So we're just looking forward to April 28th.
Yes. Certainly, and we saw earlier that you guys were right behind the PNM camp and you gave them a little space before you came in. Can you tell us why?
Because I am big on there being respect for others and their political views. That's my view. My view is that everyone must have a free and fair space to enjoy within the realm of their political philosophy. And so I insisted that we waited, that we did not clash. We hugged a few of them on their way out. We bounced a few of them on their way out, but it's all about giving everybody equal space. We are about respect for others. So that's the kind of campaign I'm hoping to run this season.
And then we see that in Tobago West, there are 8 candidates going up. Now, how do you feel about the fact that there's 8 people stepping forward, and how does that affect the TPP's chances?
Well, in a democracy, anybody could offer themselves. The only criteria is that one be a citizen. So once you're a citizen, you can offer yourself. We know part of it might be a sort of covert political strategy to try to see if they could split votes. But we are unconcerned really about that. We are just doing the work that we need to do. Yeah, we are doing the work that we need to do. And we will ensure that at the end of the day, we deliver to Tobago 2 candidates who will be worthy members of parliament, who will advocate on behalf of Tobagonians, who will not leave Tobago issues to rot in Port of Spain, especially those issues that only the central government can treat with, such as the appropriation and what is allocated to Tobago, such as Caribbean Airlines, which is a company under the cabinet, such as oil and gas revenues, and that which is to be extracted from Tobago waters, such as the issue of national security and our coast guards, men and women, and whether they have adequate assets, such as the fact that we need to treat with the issue of land titles in Tobago that only the parliament can, such as the fact that the Tobago autonomy and the autonomy bill to give Tobago exactly what Tobagonians say they want. All of these are central government issues, WASA, TNTEC, TSTT, central government controlled companies. So there is quite a lot of work to be done, and we will ensure that our representatives actually advocate to the point of success for the people of Tobago.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Chief Secretary. And then if the camera pans on this way, we see the audience gathered there, just the supporters gathered there as they, get ready to wait for the hopefully have the successful registration of Joel Notsi Sampson. So if you could just take a view right now of what's been happening out on the road as the supporters are gathered. See another show of culture. If it's one thing, Tobago's culture has come out today in its numbers, whether it's with the PNM or with the TPP, and it's just a beautiful thing to see all of that happening. So this is kind of what's happening here on the ground here at the Calder Hall Multipurpose Center. Adana, it's back to you in studio, and you guys could continue taking in the views.
Thank you so much, Candice. Thank you so much. We're heading to John Dial. We are in John Dial now. If you can see on your screen there, the PNM nominee arrived at the John Dial multipurpose facility to file her nomination papers as Ayanna Webster Roy, and also festivities up there as well. We're seeing dancers, we're hearing drummers. Candice is right, the culture of Tobago came out today. The culture of Tobago came out today in support of their nominees who are hopeful candidates. And we are awaiting both Joel Sampson and Ayanna Webster Roy to file their nomination papers and emerge as the candidates for their party as well. Candice was speaking there to the political leader of the TPP, Mr. Farley Chavez Augustine, who is also the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, talking about what the campaign will look like after the nomination process has completed this morning. So let's head now to John Dial. We're seeing there the supporters. The supporters are out in their numbers, and they are there with the cultural performances. I tell you, Tobago is so rich in culture, and one thing about Tobago, when we support, and so the supporters are out in their numbers this morning, demonstrating that they are here for their party as well. And so that is what you're seeing there at the John Dial multipurpose facility. Ayanna Webster Roy arrived and she entered the facility to file her nomination papers, and we're waiting for her, of course, to emerge as the candidate for Tobago East, representing the PNM, the People's National Movement. The PNM is the most senior party in this run, and so we saw a lot of other parties also emerging and coming out, throwing their hat in the ring, wanting to have their say as it relates to how do we manage Tobago, representing Tobago in the House of Representatives. We see those parties coming out and one independent candidate as well. Tobago is so rich in culture and diverse in who we are as a people, and so we see the representation coming out there. We are awaiting both in Cutler Hall and John Dial both candidates to come out, having filed their nomination papers and making the payments, making them official candidates for the general election 2025 in Trinidad and Tobago. We are Tobago Updates Television, and we are bringing you live coverage of nomination day here in Tobago. Yes, we will be covering everything that we can, bringing you all the information, giving you all the shots, all the details, as it will, what is happening both in East and West for the nomination process here in Trinidad and Tobago. In the Tobago instance, we saw in Cutler Hall where both the PNM and the TPP were in the area at the same time, and both parties giving each other the space that they needed to do what they needed to do. And now in Cutler Hall, we have the TPP awaiting Mr. Joel Sampson to complete his nomination process, and also in the East, in John Dial, waiting for Mrs. Ayana Webster Roy to complete her nomination proceedings as well, and emerging as candidates for their respective parties. We will continue to bring you the updates. Remember, you have a responsibility as well as an elector. Ensure that your name is on the revised list of electors and that you are eligible to vote. Ensure that your ID card, you could find it, and even if you can't, provisions will be made for you. Ensure that you collect your poll card and you take it to your polling station on election day. Right, it is all well and good to come out today and support, and I love to see the support, but remember, your voice will be heard on election day. We're standing by to hear from either Cutler Hall or John Dial. Whoever emerges first, we will be having conversations with them. In the meantime, you can take in the views and see what is happening in both locations this morning. Exciting election this year. This general election is one of the most exciting. here that the candidates for the PNM for Tobago East.
April 28th. We want to thank all our supporters who came out to be with us today, and we look forward to celebrating all of Trinidad and Tobago when the People's National Movement forms the next government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. My sister in service, Shampa Kojo, and I would have worked diligently, earnestly and honestly on behalf of the people of Tobago and the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So we are confident that our track record of quality service speaks to us, and we are confident that we will once again return to the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, being the voices of the people of Tobago East and Tobago West.
Is there anything that you would like to say?
I want to let undecided voters know that this election is very important. It's not making a decision for today, but for tomorrow. It's about setting a foundation for future generations of Trimbagonians. And just reflect on the work done over the years, reflect on the policies that have been put forward by our new Prime Minister, the Honourable Stuart Richard Young, and reflect on all that we would have shared with you thus far on the campaign trail. And you will recognize that we are indeed the right choice, the best choice. We are ready, and we are definitely a responsible team that will take Trinidad and Tobago forward.
And how do you feel about the show of support here today?
I am overwhelmed with joy. I really want to say thank you to everyone. I want to say thank you to my agent, my political leader, Tobago Council, my sister in service, my husband, my children, and all of the Tobago East constituency and Tobago West. Thank you all.
Winning with Webby!
Upside down.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Ayana Webster Roy is your candidate representing the PNM for Tobago East, having successfully submitted her nomination forms. She is now your candidate for Tobago East under the PNM umbrella. So now PNM has two candidates, Tobago West, Mrs. Shamfa Kojo Lewis, and Ayana Webster Roy for the East. The PNM supporters are out in their numbers. And you heard Ayana Webster Roy saying that she's quite confident, and also that, you know, the procedure was a smooth one, and that, in her opinion, the PNM is the better choice. Her words, of course, coming there. You've seen all the supporters out in their numbers. You're seeing her family there, her children, her husband, and all the supporters there. Very, very happy, you know, of course, all smiles on their faces. And I know they were a day that they were looking forward to. And it's now it's time for campaigning. Now it's time really to convince the electorate. For all the candidates, in fact, it's time to convince the electorate that they are the choice for Tobago. There are so many things that have to be covered in terms of representing the people of Tobago in the House of Representatives. But for now, we go back to the celebration. Time to celebrate, of course, having secured two candidates, Tobago East and Tobago West. Of course, you know, we have to also head back to Culver Hall as well, because there's action down there as well. But this is the coverage. The PNM has successfully secured two candidates, East and West. And we are heading back to Culver Hall to Candice Jackson, who is on the ground and ready to bring that update for us as well.
Yes, Adana, yes, we are here with the arrival of the PDP candidate in the form of Mr. Curtis Douglas. So as you can see here, they are, you know, coming in grand style. They have their own group of supporters, and of course, right behind them is the TPP supporters as they are waiting the completion of the registration of Jonah C. Sampson inside. But here, as we can see, Mr. Curtis Douglas is walking on a flag. However, he seems to be getting a little bit of objection from the police, because at this ABC station, supporters are not actually allowed on the compound. So there's a little bit of A little bit of a disruption here, as you know, it seems as. Oh, let me take you in.
And he's stopping me from going and registered right now. The police of Trinidad and Tobago is bugging the democracy of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. But the candidate, why the candidate?
No vehicle moving now.
But what shall we do?
No vehicle moving now.
So why can't? Well, let the man spend it. The pass. It's coming in. Well, let us go. They're moving.
All right, folks, so we're going to follow Mr. Curtis Douglas as he enters. He is, of course, not too happy because they were not able to execute the entrance that he had hoped to execute. So there you have, yes, the arrival of Mr. Curtis Douglas. So at this point in time, yes. So the disagreement is continuing, it appears, as the police vehicle is coming in. But at this point in time, we have 3 candidates inside the Calder Hall Center in the form of the TPP candidate, which is Joel Nazi Sampson, as well as the Patriotic Front, Miss Aretha Clark. And now we just had the entrance of Mr. Curtis Douglas, who is the PDP's candidate. So the PDP faction, I can say right now, does not seem happy. So let's see if we can take in a little bit of what's happening. Let's see how close we can get to it.
That building is secure. But we're supposed to be on the compound here. Right? That was supposed to be on the compound. Yeah, man. No. Hey, we're not going outside.
All right, so we see right now the gates are being closed at the Calder Hall Center. And, well, like I said, the PDP supporters do not seem happy with how they are being treated. But of course, the police is trying to manage the situation, make sure that there are no unruly clashes. So we're just gonna keep taking in and see what is the development. Let me see if I can get a comment from Mr. Duke. All right, so well, we're going to try to get back a comment from Mr. Duke. So back to you in studio for now. We're here, but as soon as we can get Mr. Duke to give us an idea of what's been going on, I will be here to bring that to you. So back to you, Adana.
Thank you so much, Candice. Thank you so much, Candice. You know, I am hoping to get, as you rightfully said, the update as to what is happening there, because we're really hoping for a smooth transition today. So far, it has been going pretty okay. So we will get the update as to what transpired there that caused that little friction that is happening. As soon as we have an update, we will provide you, our viewers, with what is taking place there. But so far, as Candice mentioned, at Calder Hall, we have Mr. Joel Sampson. We saw Mr. Curtis Douglas, and we also told that Miss Aretha Clark is also filing her nomination papers as well. So we will get the updates where that is concerned. As they come out, we will, of course, have conversations with them there. But so far, the nomination day process is continuing. And Tobago Updates Television will continue to bring you the live updates. We continue to bring you live updates. The PNM completed their nomination process, and I know that they are heading to, I think they're heading to parade grounds for lunch right now. They have successfully submitted their candidates, Shamfa Kojo Lewis for the West and Ayana Webster Roy for the East. And now we're going to have conversations with Miss Jochelle Dan. Jochelle Dan is on the scene there in John Dial as we continue coverage of Nomination Day 2025.
Adana, so the PNM has arrived In true PNM style, the Red Army came out in full confidence. I know that you mentioned before the display of Tobago's cultural art forms, and we saw that here after Ms. Webster Roy came out of the building. She was met by a group of dancers, and they were basically expressing their support through that art. Now, there's a lot of things that I want to say, so let me see if I can start by saying the support by her family. Her family truly came out, and before she entered into the building, you know, her husband was cheering her on and praising her as well. After she came out, the rest of supporters came in, and you know, they had their flags going, the dancing going. We have the whole rhythm section, and you know, I'm feeling the energy here. We have the cheering going on as well. Also joining her was Shamfa Kojo Lewis, who would be the candidate for the Tobago West seat. Now, Ms. Webster Roy retained her seat in the Tobago East constituency since the year 2015. So yeah, we're looking forward to see what the coming weeks would look like for the PNM. But I can tell you right now, there's a lot going on visually and audibly as well. A lot of noise, a lot of music, and a lot of excitement. I know that they would be heading to the parade grounds for lunch any moment now, but it seems as of now they are basically enjoying themselves.
Definitely. You can see them enjoying themselves there, and we could hear in the background all the music, the drumming, and everything that is taking place there. We see people embracing each other. We see hugs passing, commendations, and we're seeing the rapport that is taking place there. And we know there are a few more nominees still to come up on that side to file their papers, and so we're waiting to see who will be next coming up on the east. I know right now in Colour Hall, Candice is on standby. We have to go back to Colour Hall. Candice is on standby, and she's ready to speak with Mr. Joel Sampson. Candice.
All right, so Mr. Joel Sampson, how was the process?
So that we can hear our rep. Let's take one more time. Make some noise for Nancy one more time.
All right, so tell us how's the process, Mr. Sampson.
Ready? Tell us, Mr. Natsi, how was the process for you?
Well, the process was a smooth one. When you have a seasoned election agent as Mrs. Williams, there's no problems.
Tell me, how do you feel about your chances?
I am always confident. If you have known and observed me on my walks and how I carry about myself, my humility, and I'm blessed by God, I'm always confident.
Now you're going up against an extensive slate. So how do you feel about you going up against all of these people for Tobago West?
I don't worry about the persons that I'm going up against because God has ordained me for a time like this. So I'm just doing my best and He will do the rest.
All right, now we're going to go to an incident that's happening right outside the gates. There seems to be a clash between the PDP and the police officers and some TPP supporters as well. So hopefully we can get to see what's been going on here. It's a little bit chaotic. So the police are now trying to quell the crowd. Mr. Ned, Mr. Sean Ned, tell us what's been happening. How do you feel about how you guys have been treated?
Not fair. I'm seeing lack of clarity. We expected that the building was the boundary. We come in, we try to be nice and clear, but we were told that the gate is the boundary. So we accepted. We are confused when we see the chief secretary come in and other people come in, and we don't know who's the agent or who's the nominee. What exactly are the rules? That's all we ask, because we're trying to do the fair thing. We see members of TPP attacking the police. We don't know what's going on, but we are going to remain clear, and we're going to do the correct thing as we come to take over Tobago in the next couple weeks. Right? But today it's supposed to be a solid day for Tobago, where we have our candidate, Curtis Douglas, coming in, and Mr. Duke, he already got his papers. So we are ready. We're ready. That's it. All right.
Thank you you so much, Sean. And viewers, yes, we were talking with Dr. Sean Ned, so just a view of him. Dr. Sean Ned is just beyond the gate, and he was just been telling us a little bit about what's been happening. So it seems as though the TPP supporters had a clash with the police. What caused this? Can you tell us what caused it in the beginning?
Confusion. Again, we thought, all of us thought that the boundary for the for nomination day today is supposed to be the building, which in this case is the Calder Hall multipurpose facility. But we were stopped at the gate, and we were then informed that the gate is the boundary. Now we respect the law, right? But we don't want to be treated unfairly. And we see TPP members blocking the area, making noise, disrupting the schools. We see people coming onto the compound, but they're telling us to leave. Right? So we have to be treated fairly. That's all we're saying. And that is where all this, at least for our point, the political leader made the point. And then we made a decision and we came off in a very calm manner. We didn't like it, but we did it. Right? But now we saw other drama going on where that a police attacked what seemed to be a TPP member who insulted him for doing his job. Right? I don't think we are for that. We're not for that. Right? So that's what's going on.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Ned. All right, so viewers, so there you have it, just a little view, a little perspective of what happened behind the gates as we were interviewing the TPP candidate, Joel Nazi Sampson, who successfully filed his nomination just a few minutes ago. And we know, yeah, we know that it's starting to get really, really excited. So the TPP supporters are now leaving. Inside, we have Mr. Curtis Douglas for the PDP registering his nomination, as well as Aretha Clark for the Patriotic Front. And then after that, when they come out, we will get some more information. Now, Watson Duke has been able to stay inside the gates while he awaits his fellow candidate, and we will bring you more updates as the time goes by. So that's just what's happening so far. We've had 3 successful nominees: Mr. Leroy George for the as an independent, the PNM Ms. Champa Joe Lewis, the TPP's Joe Nafi Sampson. All right, so that's it for me right now, Adana, and back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Candice. Thank you so much for that update there, and I do hope that we get some more clarity as it relates to what transpired between the TTPS, the TPP, and the PDP there outside at the Calder Hall multipurpose facility. It's nomination day in Trinidad and Tobago, and we're hoping for a smooth transition today. Even if there are hiccups, that we can resolve them in the soonest possible time, and most amicably as well. We continue with the nomination day coverage right here on Tobago Updates Television, and we do hope that you can continue to stay tuned as we bring you the information, we bring you the details. Can we do the countdown now to see how many candidates we have? If memory serves me right, let me do this without looking at my notes. Independent candidate Leroy George. Candidate for Tobago East under the TPP, Mr. David Summers. We also have candidate Shamfa Kojo Lewis for the PNM Tobago West, Ayana Webster Roy, PNM Tobago East. We also have successfully completing TPP candidate for Tobago West, Mr. Joel Sampson as well. Currently, Mr. Watson Duke also for PDP Tobago East. So we have 6 candidates already successfully completing the process, and they are now candidates. Right now at the Calder Hall multipurpose facility, we have Aretha Clark for the Patriotic Front, and we also have Mr. Curtis Douglas filing his nomination papers for the PDP for Tobago West. And there are still some outstanding nominees to come in to submit their forms as well. I'm being told that this process goes up to 3 p.m. That's the deadline for them to submit their forms and make their payments today to secure them as viable candidates for the Trinidad and Tobago general elections, which takes place on the 28th of April 2025. So there we have so far 6 candidates, and we have a few more to submit and make their payments today as well. We know we have 2 more who are currently processing their payments, which is Aretha Clark for the Patriotic Front and also Mr. Curtis Douglas for the PDP. That will bring us up to 8. That would bring us up to 8 candidates. So we still have 5 more candidates, nominees rather, to submit their nomination papers and, of course, emerging as successful candidates for the general elections. You are seeing here viewing footage from the Calder Hall multipurpose facility as we await Mr. Curtis Douglas to complete his submission. I'm not sure if there are supporters there for Miss Aretha Clark for the Patriotic Front, but when we get back to Candice, she'll be able to tell us. In the meantime, we are waiting for them to emerge so that we can have conversations with them. Remember, it's nomination day here in Trinidad and Tobago, and I am Adana Kumbi. We are coming to you live from the, of course, I am live in studio here at the Port Mall, but however, we have our reporters on the ground. We have Miss Joshelle Dan at the John Dial Multipurpose Facility, and we have Miss Candice Jackson. She is at the Calder Hall Multipurpose Facility, bringing us live updates, live action, as it were, for nomination day here in Trinidad and Tobago 2025. We are covering the nomination process of our Tobago East and Tobago West nominees who are vying for candidacy for the general election for 2025 here in Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago. And we do hope that you can continue to stay with us. I'm wondering if we have time to go for a short break, or do we continue? My producer will tell me in a short what we are going to do. But right now, you are looking at the footage right outside the Calder Hall multipurpose complex. I believe we will go for a short break, but stay with us. Do stay with us. Do stay with us as we continue bringing you live coverage of nomination day proceedings here in Tobago as we cover nominees for East and West who are hoping to become successful candidates for the general election. We go for a short break, but we will be right back.
You've heard a voice on the radio, seen her in your worship, and have sung her songs during your time of praise. Sinesh.
Everybody now, let's go!
Sinesh comes to Tobago for Melodies from Heaven on April 17th. The Shore Park Complex alights with praise and worship from 6 p.m. for Melodies from Heaven featuring Sinesh.
I shall not want.
Samuel Maydess.
You'll be the only one who's excited to call your name.
Positive.
Me never could have changed my mind.
Blessed Messenger.
Give blood of Jesus over your family.
Renee Fortune and many more.
From my head to my feet.
Get your physical tickets now. Tickets are also available online at islandetickets.com. Visit TobagoFestivalsCommission.com for more info or call 639-4441. April 17th at Shore Park Complex. Melodies from Heaven. Tobago Rhythm and Soul Festival 2025. Feel the beat. Embrace the calm.
When the game is on, you don't want to miss the best moments. With AMPLIA TV, you can enjoy our ultimate sports package and watch your favorite games on the go. Stay connected and informed with sports news, scores, and stats with AMPLIA's fastest internet speeds. Up to 1 gigabyte fiber internet, you can stream riveting football action, cricket, NBA games, and much more. With AMPLIA, it's game on. Visit amplia.co.tt or call 800-4663. AMPLIA. Do more, live more.
Rotisserie, mouth-watering fries, salads, combos, and specials galore. Feeling for something to eat? Come and see. Our rotisserie is seasoned to the T. Kicking chicken, masala, and jerk roast. Crispy fries made from scratch. Who do you know can't beat that? Or salads freshly cut and packed. When you taste it, you'll be wanting to come back. So come check us out on number 2 Robinson Street, Uptown Scarborough, Tobago. We open on Saturday nights from 7:30 to 11:30 p.m. Monday to Thursday, we're open from 10 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. and on Friday, 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Contact us at 772-7443 and all social media handles at The Rotisserie Factory.
So guys, there are some new developments in housing in Tobago. So it's goat racing time.
This is 116, the show that keeps you in the know with all things Tobago House of Assembly. Each week, 116 delivers a fun and engaging overview of the latest developments, achievements, activities, and events of our dynamic assembly. So join me. Let's dive into the Tobago House of Assembly's Week in Review right here on 116.
Cafe, the buffet restaurant that specializes in all your tasty local dishes. For breakfast and for lunch. Breakfast includes coconut bake and sada roti, served with chokers, bull joil, and sausages in tomato sauce. Not forgetting beef and cheese pies, shepherd's pie, macaroni pie, and rice in various styles. Meat served in a variety of flavors, garden salads, and pasta salads. All this accompanied by fruit juices, coconut water, your choice of a great combination to appease your taste buds. So call us today to order, as we are here to accommodate your busy schedules or if you are having a cooking day off.
Good morning, good morning, put a smile on your...
This is how it's gonna go. They better look up below, 'cause this is your show, and everybody's gonna know. Say it to them once again. They better look up below. This is your show, and everybody's gonna know. That's how it's gonna go. They better look up below, 'cause this is your show.
It's a different type of thing down there. And we party till we drop down there. With a lot of pretty girls down there. Down in Tobago.
You can now get whatever you need whenever you need it anywhere in Tobago with Tobago. Your meals, medication, groceries, and shopping all delivered directly to you. No more hassle, no more stress. Get the Tobago app today on Google Play or Apple App Store.
That's TAPPOGO, and let us deliver to you.
Check our website at www.tapogo.app or call the experts at 494-TOGO and 484-4746. Tobago. Relax. We will get it to you. Tobago's at your service.
It's the premier red carpet extravaganza. Tobago Fashion Cuda is back with a bang, bringing with it quintessential style where runway meets rhythm. Come see the icons of Caribbean couture, showcasing the trailblazing fashions of Trinidad and Tobago. Tobago Fashion Cuda 7 promises an unforgettable experience on the 18th of April 2025 at Magdalena Grand Beach and Golf Resort, a premium all-inclusive fashion soiree where runway meets rhythm.
TNTech is pleased to advise that its Roxborough Service Center has reopened. Starting Monday, 10th March, customers can once more visit the Roxborough Administrative Building to pay TNTech bills, request new connections, and more. TNTech, powering the nation into the next generation.
Want to get better? Where to start? What kind of exercise to do? What to eat? How to get restful sleep? Need a doctor to search for root cause? Look no further. Come to Majuba Hill Lifestyle Center Foundation at our Wellness Center in Goodwood, or Food Hub in Darrow Springs, Scarborough, or Doctor's Office in Goodwood and Darrow Spring. Contact 49 Swift 4979 438.
Welcome to the Buku Seafood and Jazz Festival on April 19th, 2025. We invite you to an evening of smooth rhythms and soulful music as the sun dips behind Buku Bay. Let all your senses be tantalized. Enjoy an array of seafood dishes, browse crafts and designs created by local artisans, and lose yourself in the soulful melodies of John Sakata, Brian McKnight,
Undeniable that we should be together.
Vonnet Bigford,
When the lightning crack the waters and the waves roll and break.
Mikal Teja,
Where else I go, without you, my God.
and the best of Tobago's talent. Get your physical tickets now. Tickets are also available online at islandetickets.com. Visit TobagoFestivalsCommission.com for more info or call 639-4441. The Buku Seafood and Jazz Festival, April 19th at Buku Integrated Facility. Tobago Rhythm and Soul Festival 2025. Feel the beat. Embrace the calm.
Welcome back. It's nomination day here in Trinidad and Tobago as we prepare for the general elections, which will take place on the 28th of April, 2025. And we here at Tobago Updates Television, we have been bringing you live coverage and updates as it relates to candidates filing their nomination forms with the hopes of becoming viable candidates. We are heading back to Calder Hall right now because we have Candice Jackson on the scene, and she is ready to bring us additional updates as it relates to the procedures of nomination day.
All right, well, Adana, things have finally settled down here. I mean, of course, in the last half hour, it got a little bit heated, between PDP and TPP supporters and the police, as, you know, they were hoping to celebrate, but emotions got a little bit too high. However, that has since settled. The TPP camp has moved on. The PDP camp is still here while their candidate for the Tobago West seat, which is Mr. Curtis Douglas, he is still inside completing his nomination process. Also inside with him is Miss Aretha Clark, the Tobago West candidate for the Patriotic Front. She is also a registrant, so we are hoping that she comes out pretty soon. And in the meantime, we are waiting. We are waiting on candidates coming from the IDA. We have Kate Trotman, who is expected to arrive here at 1 o'clock. And also we have, later on, we have Nicole C. Phillips for the UTP that's supposed to arrive here at 2:30 now. I'm not too sure that we will be able to capture that live. However, that's just so that you know who is outstanding. Also, we have not yet seen the candidate for the All People's Party, which is Mr. Dexter James. He has not yet shown up, so we are not yet certain as to when he will be here, but those are the three candidates that have not yet arrived. So far, we've had successfully registered. First of all, we had Mr. Leroy George, who's an independent candidate. Next, we had the PNM's candidate, and of course, the incumbent for the area, Mr. Sanford Joe Lewis, followed by the TPP's candidate in the form of Mr. Joel Notzi Sampson. So that's sort of what's been happening here on the ground. It has quieted down, which is sort of nice, so we can give you a good report as to what's been going on earlier. We saw a little bit of clash between PDP supporters and the police, TPP supporters and the police. So what had happened is that things got a little bit too crazy with the crowds. The police were insisting that the supporters stay at the boundary of the compound of the Calder Hall multipurpose center. But of course, some supporters were not so happy with not being allowed on the compound, which is why they were there towards the end. So that's just it from me, Candice Jackson, here in Calder Hall for now. So we are just waiting the completion of the process. And oh, we're seeing Miss Aretha Clark just in time. So if you want to hold on for a minute as Miss Aretha Clark comes down, and we'll position her to get her thoughts and comments as to how the process was. So just bear with us a minute as we settle. Tell them the
I'm blocking somebody. I'm blocking just now. Good day, everyone.
Good day, ma'am.
Okay, 1 minute.
1 second, Miss Aretha. Let's just make sure everybody's ready.
Hello.
Oh, sorry.
Come closer.
Right. So,
All right, just now, eh?
go on Candice side. Go on Candice side.
Give me my phone. No, you don't hold anything. I hold them for you.
Oh, thank you.
Derek, you ready?
Do your countdown now?
All right.
Everybody got right?
All right. So, Miss Aretha Clark, tell us how was the process?
It was smooth. No trouble. Transition was great.
And how are you feeling now?
Relaxed. To me, it's like an ordinary exam. Just going through
about your chances?
Going through the press. Well, according to my
Right, we are seeing there Miss Aretha Clark of the Patriotic Front having successfully filed her nomination forms, and she's now a candidate for the Patriotic Front for Tobago West, vying for, the position of the MP for Tobago West for the general elections, which is to be taking place on the 28th of April 2025 in Trinidad and Tobago, stating that the process was smooth for her, stating that she feels good, she feels confident, stating that it feels like a normal exam, like you go in, you do what you have to do, and then you leave. So we're hoping, that things continue to go smoothly. We still have another nominee in there filing their papers as well. We're waiting for that one to come out as well.
So the canvassing, the campaign has started, and the fight has started. Let's put it that way.
And what will your campaign look like?
We intend to do meetings, call people in Delaford asking for us, all over people asking for us. So we'll have our move around, having little town hall meetings and interaction with the people.
What has been the feedback of people so far that you've interacted with?
They are saying we are waiting on election day. That's all they are saying. So the fanfare doesn't imply that election was won by a particular party with the crowd. But persons are just excited to have this election day come and go, and that's what they're looking forward to.
All right, thank you. If you could hold up as a picture of the receipts. So.
Sorry if I don't have it now. What if I didn't pay now? We know you have it too. If I have no money now.
All right, so folks, we just had Aretha Clark, and so now she's just going to hold up her nomination papers for us all.
I know it.
Sure.
Exactly. That what those days.
Right, so confirmation that Miss Aretha Clark for the Patriotic Front has registered to be a candidate with the Tobago West constituency.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, folks, so there you have it. Just confirmation that Ms. Aretha Clark just completed her nomination, and we are waiting now on Mr. Curtis Douglas. He is currently on the inside, and as soon as he comes out, we'll be able to give you an update for him. So back to you in studio, Adana.
Thank you so much, Candice. We're going to John Dial. Joshel Dan is on scene and ready to give us some updates there as to what is happening in John Dial. Joshel?
I'm not too sure what was going on, but Adana was
here at the John Dial Community Center. As we could see, the dust has settled. It is pretty quiet. I'm enjoying the nice sea breeze that we're having here at the moment. So far, we had the successful nominations of Ayanna Webster Roy, the PNM candidate for the Tobago East seat. And as I would have stated before, she would have retained her position since 2015. We also had Watson Solomon Duke and David Thomas, who also successfully filed their nominations as well and are now officially prepared to contest for the Tobago East seat for this year's general election. We are still awaiting the arrival of Gerard Balfour of the IDA and Wade Carruth from the Patriotic Front to file their nominations as well. Earlier today, a lot of festivities took place. As we know, David Thomas was the first candidate to arrive, followed by Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, and then we had the arrival of Ayanna Webster Roy. Good show. It was a good showing of support amongst the supporters as well. As you can see, as I said before, it's pretty quiet here at John Dial for the moment.
Thank you so much, Joshel. And of course, we'll continue to bring coverage as it relates to nomination day. I know in Colour Hall, we also still have, we are waiting the arrival of 2 more nominees, also from the IDA and from the, I think, the Patriotic Forward Front just submitted their nominations. That's Aretha Clark. So we're still awaiting 2 other nominees as well to submit their forms for candidacy in the general elections. So Joshua, I do hope you remain hydrated and continue to bring us the updates as they will. Ladies and gentlemen, Tobago Updates Television will continue bringing you coverage as we cover nomination day. We're waiting to go back to Colour Hall. We know we have Mr. Curtis Douglas, who is representing the PDP in the Tobago West constituency. He's there filing his nomination forms. I see we have We will go back there soon to see what is happening. He's supposed to be completing the process now and coming out to speak with members of the media. And of course, the Big Updates will bring you that coverage. We saw so far persons submitting for the PNM, the TPP, Patriotic Front. And now we are seeing, is this Mr. Curtis coming out? No, that's just an agent. But soon we'll see him coming out and we'll have the conversation with him as well. And we will have to be, of course, having conversations with him this morning to see what has happened. We saw there was an incident that took place on the outside there at Cutler Hall, but as Candice reported, that situation has since been resolved, and now we're just at Cutler Hall waiting for Mr. Curtis Douglas to emerge as a candidate, having successfully submitted his nomination papers as well. We saw a sea of red, a sea of blue, and of course black for the PDP at the Cutler Hall multipurpose facility, as well as in John Dial. We saw where their supporters came out in their numbers to support them today and to show that measure of camaraderie and to ensure that they had the confidence that they needed to go in there and file their papers. Having spoken to some of the nominees who came out as candidates, they said basically it was a smooth transition. So we see where the filing is really smooth. We saw some of them stating that they are very confident to take on the elections. We even spoke to some of them in terms of the number of persons submitting nominations and how they felt in terms of competing against so many persons. In fact, we saw where Shamfa Kajolu saying that this is the most person she's had to come up against in the general election, and we know that she has held on this constituents for quite some time. And so, of course, we continue with the coverage this morning. We are awaiting Mr. Curtis Douglas. And, of course, when he comes out, we're going to have conversations with him this morning to see what it felt like for him coming in to file his nomination papers this morning. So we await his completion of submission, and we will bring that conversation to you as well. So we wait to see what is happening there. Remember, Election Day is on April 28th, 2025, and as an elector, your responsibility is to ensure that your name is on the list of revised list of electors rather. And if you want to get that information, you can contact your registration office, which is Caroline Building in the Tobago instance. You go there and ensure that your ducks are in a row so that you can come out with the same strength on the 28th of April to cast your vote and let your voice be heard. It is very, very important that you follow up the support that you showed today. You need to follow it up with being present and doing your civic duty on the 28th of April, which is in the next couple of weeks. I think we have 24 days, just about 3 weeks for general election. And for us here at Tobago Updates Television, we will be taking you on the campaign trail. We will ensure that we bring you the details, we bring you the information, the updates, as each political party brings their campaign to the fore so that we can hear what are the strong points. In fact, Mr. Leroy George this morning, he was very vocal in terms of stating that he will be bringing the free speech. He is not attached to a political party, so he feels as if he is able to bring that measure of freedom of speech to talk about the issues that really affect all of us here in Trinidad and Tobago. So we're hoping that we can hear what the others are going to bring on the campaign trail. But us here at Tobago Updates Television will be taking you through even after nomination day and up to the day of the general election. Yes, Tobago Updates is your official station for all things general election 2025. So we do hope that you will stay tuned with us. We're currently just waiting for the arrival of other nominees to file, as well as primarily waiting for Mr. Curtis Douglas to complete his denomination process so that we can have a conversation with him this morning as we continue to bring you live coverage. We're so happy that you are able to stay with us. We're so happy that you chose us and that you are here with us this morning. And we see you on our Facebook live stream. We see you on our YouTube channel. And for those of you who are viewing on AMPLIA 102 and Flow 121 and 130, we obviously say thank you. It's because of you why we remain number one. So we will continue to bring you the information as it relates to Nomination Day 2025. In the meantime, we are on standby and we are waiting for Mr. Curtis Douglas to complete his nomination process, and of course updates in terms of when the other nominees will arrive. We are hearing that some of them are going to arrive by about 1 and then about 2:30, but of course we will might not be able to bring you the 2:30 and the 1 o'clock, but we are here for now and we are waiting patiently on Mr. Curtis Douglas for him to complete his nomination process so that we can have a conversation with him. In the meantime, we are on standby.
Patterns!
Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain.
I'm blocking your head. Come on and sign on this. Sorry. Yeah. Better?
Have you been baptized? Only baptized because of the carpet, you know.
I have been. Tell me when all you're ready. Derek, we okay? Everybody ready? All right.
Tell us,
Mr.
Mr. Douglas, how was the process?
The process was quite smooth, transparent, and quite helpful. They were very helpful, I must say, and to the point. So I have no complaints about the procedure and the workers in the EBC, and they would have been very patient and very helpful.
How do you think about your chances?
My chances? Well, this paper represents that the people of Tobago would have called on me numerous times, and within the last 6 months they've been calling my name in Trinidad and in Tobago and the fisher folk, and everyone was calling on Mr. Curtis Douglas to come out and help them. And this is a symbol. Today, mark today, it goes down in the history that today Mr. Curtis Douglas, under the banner of the Progressive Democratic Patriot, would have registered and will represent the people of Tobago to victory and to free the people of Tobago in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, given the chance on the 28th of April 2025.
Earlier when you arrived, there was a little issue. Can you tell us what happened from your perspective?
Basically, we are seeing the wages of finance and power trying to stop the rights and the democracy of the people of Tobago. But they say once God is present, the devil will flee. So all the works that they're doing to stop Mr. Douglas from receiving this paper to represent the people of Plymouth and the people of Canaan and the people of Speyside and the people of Charlotte, from Crown Point to Charlottesville, this is a representation that they cannot stop the will of the people, and they cannot stop the freedom for Tobagonian. So the democracy that they're trying to take from us by using the force and the might of the authority of the police force, they cannot stop the Progressive Democratic Patriots and the people of
When you entered, you wanted to do something, you wanted to enter in a certain way. Can you tell us what was that?
The reason why we were trying to enter, because we was walking on a ground that was tarnished and tainted by these people with their iniquities that they would have brought and learned from their masters. So this black represent the beginning of a new chapter of holy ground. You are standing on holy ground today, and when Mr. Duke and Mr. Douglas enter, we must stand on holy ground, and Tobago is a holy place, and Tobago will be free, as I stand today with the leader of the Progressive Democratic Patriot, Mr. Watson Duke.
Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, man. Nice one.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing there where Mr. Curtis Douglas finally submitted his nomination forms, and he is now the candidate for Tobago West representing the PDP. And so there you have it. We still have a few more, I think, nominees to come in, but unfortunately, Tobago updates. We will give you that information as it comes in. But as for now, we brought you coverage today on nomination day, both in the East and the West, where we saw nominees coming in, filling out their forms and emerging as viable candidates for the general election 2025, which will take place on the 28th of April right here in Trinidad and Tobago, and we will continue to bring you coverage. We will give you all the updates as things unfold. We will be on the campaign trail with the political parties, and we of course will be covering the actual election day as well. So you want to stay with us as we continue to bring you all the information. You can be a part of the conversation. You can join our Facebook live stream or our YouTube channel and leave your comments there. And for those of you who are viewing on AMPLIA 102 or Flow 121 or 130, of course, we welcome you as well. We encourage you to stay with us as we continue to bring coverage. So far, I think we only have, 2 more nominees still to come in for the West, and I think 1 for the East. It must get the numbers for you, but that is our coverage for today, Nomination Day 2025. All the nominees must file their nomination forms today, and they must pay their fees of 5,000 TT dollars to make them viable to be a candidate for the general elections, which will take place here in Trinidad and Tobago in April, the end of this month. A very, very interesting election, I must say. We are seeing the most political parties coming forward to contest seats in all the constituencies across Trinidad and Tobago, and so we will follow actively what is happening. The campaigning will begin. The campaigning will begin immediately, and we will see what is happening there as well. Of course, this is where we conclude our coverage. Okay. We are going to we're going back to Color Hall because we're hearing that Kate Trotman just arrived at the Color Hall multipurpose facility to file her nomination papers, and we might be able to get some coverage where that is concerned. But you must remember that we will be bringing you all the updates, as it were. We'll be bringing you all the updates, and we want you to continue to stay with us as we bring the coverage to you, as we reveal to you what the manifestos are, what the candidates are going to bring to in the Tobago instance, both East and West. What are their strong points? What will they be deliberating on? What are they going to take to the House of Representatives should they succeed, and how are they going to convince the electorate to vote for them where this is concerned? I'm being told that Kate Trotman just arrived. I don't know if we'll be able to get any coverage from her this morning. Just arriving to fill in, to submit her nomination forms. Just arriving there, and we are waiting to see what is happening there at Color Hall as well. So viewers, on your screen, you'll be seeing Kate Trotman arriving, and we're waiting to see what is happening there. Of course, Tobago Updates Television is your number one source for all the information about things happening here in Tobago, around Tobago, or concerning Tobago. And as we are in the election season, we will definitely be bringing you all the coverage that we possibly can as it relates to the procedures. Today, as you are aware, is nomination day, and so we've had 8 nominees for Tobago West and 5 for Tobago East, and now we are seeing Kate Trotman, who is the nominee for the IDA for Tobago West, entering. She's just about to enter the compound to fill in and submit her nomination forms. Kate Trotman arriving there at the Calder Hall multipurpose facility to file her nomination forms and to pay the nomination fee, thereby making her a viable candidate for the 2025 general elections. So we await her completion and successful filing of her nomination forms. Remember, Election Day is on April 28th, 2025, and so it is your responsibility to ensure that you are on the list of electors, the revised list of electors. You can get that information from the EBC or your local registrar office, which is Caroline Building in Scarborough, Tobago. Make sure your ID up to date, and even if it isn't, there are things that can be put in place to accommodate you, but make sure that you are in the know what the requirements are for an elector, what you need to know, what you need to have, where you need to vote. Your poll card will be delivered to your registered address. When you receive your poll card, there are on the two sides of the poll card, there are perforated slots, so you just tear that off. On one side, you open the poll card and it tells you where your polling station is. It gives you the polling station number. And I think, I'm not sure if your list of consecutive numbers is on there as well, but your name would be there, your registered address, and the polling station division, and the address of the polling station division will be there as well. So it will kind of give you information as to where you need to go to cast your vote on the 28th day of April 2025. Remember, there are 8 candidates for Tobago West and 5 for Tobago East. We saw so far nominations being filled out and emerging as candidates for the PNM in Chamfor Cudjoe, as well as Ayana Webster Roy, the PDP, Watson Duke and Curtis Douglas. We saw an independent candidate, Mr. Leroy George, that's for Tobago West. We also saw Arita Clark, that is for the Patriotic Front for Tobago West. We are now seeing the IDA representative for Tobago West, Miss Kate Trotman. In the East, we also saw TPP. We saw Mr. David Summers, and also in the West, Mr. Joel Sampson as well. Those are the nominees who submitted their forms and are now candidates ready to represent their constituencies here in Tobago for his place in the House of Representatives to represent the island of Tobago. And we're still awaiting persons still to file their nomination. Mr. Wade Carruth, I think Wade Carruth might have been in the East at John Dial. That is for the Patriotic Front. We're also waiting to see Nikosi Philip, that is Unity of the People, and that is in Tobago West. Those are your nominees who will be candidates. Some of them are already candidates, and we see Kate Trotman just arriving to fill out her forms, and when she comes out, we will also have a conversation with her as well. We're so happy that you are with us for this broadcast this morning, as we brought to you live footage of the nominees entering. We saw in John Dial where the TPP, I think they were the first to arrive up there with their candidate for the East, and we saw the supporters coming out. We saw the music, we saw the displays of support and affection there, and then we saw the PNM having their rally through Scarborough, heading up to Calder Hall and then to John Dial as well. We saw the drummers, we saw the dancers, the choreography, the camaraderie, and even when 2 political parties arrived in Calder Hall, this is the TPP, they were still there, and then the PNM, the PNM were there first, and then the TPP came after. We saw where one waited for the other to wrap up what they were doing, and then allow for them to come in as well. And we saw the PDP coming in after the TPP, and the same thing having to happen there. There was a little clash there. We're still waiting for the actual details, the official report to come in to see what happened there, but I believe the PDP supporters were thinking that they would be allowed beyond the gate at Calder Hall, and that was not allowed. The demarcations were at the gate, so they could not go beyond the gate. It was only the nominee and the agents campaign agent was able to go in. And so we saw that happening there as well, and the police having to come in and explain to them what the policies were where that is concerned. And so we continue to wait on Ms. Kate Trotman, who is representing the IDA as a nominee, to file her papers as well. So the live coverage was brought to you from Tobago Updates, and you would notice that our tagline for this season is Fight for We. We meaning West and East, fighting for Tobago, West and East. as the nominees submit their nomination forms. We will continue to bring you live coverage. In fact, on our morning programs, we will be speaking to the candidates now. After today, they will be candidates. We'll be speaking to as many candidates as possible, you know, just to see where they are, what their campaign will sound like, what it will look like, what are some of the things they'll be discussing in the House of Representatives as they represent the people of Tobago if they are successful. So those are the things you can kind of look forward to here on Tobago Updates Television. We're going to go through the entire campaign. We're going to see what they're saying. And of course, you, the people, are the ones to make the final decision on election day. So please make your vote count, come out in your numbers, ensure that you have what you need. It was really beautiful seeing all of you out in the streets today supporting your political party, but even more so on the day, you need to ensure that you cast your vote. So in the meantime, we wait for Ms. Kay Trotman as she continues to file her nomination for today, nomination day here in Trinidad and Tobago. Hopefully we could get some footage as to what is happening on the sister isle over there in Trinidad, but we do know that, you know, everybody, all the constituents are coming out and they are submitting their nominations right here in Tobago. We saw where the culture came alive with the drums, the dances, the Moko Jumbies and all like that as well today, and so we must commend our culture because we saw it for not just one political party, but the other one also had the two political parties at least had the cultural display today and that spirit of unity and togetherness. You know, so we're just awaiting Miss Kay Trotman. In the meantime, stay with us as we continue to bring you live coverage. We go back to Color Hall to see what is happening there. And we are back with live coverage of Nomination Day 2025 right here in Tobago. And we're heading back to Color Hall because, as you are aware, Kate Trotman of the IDA recently arrived. She has actually filed her nomination papers and we are going to hear from her soon. Candice, we're heading over to you. Can you give us the updates?
Can you come closer?
Oh, you put me there?
Right, open.
We're right here. And on the spot. Right, so you're in the middle of everybody and everybody has
Just
a...
come a little bit forward. Thank you. Okay.
Stand by. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Right.
So, Ms. Trotman, tell us, how was the process?
The process was pretty simple and straightforward.
Okay, how do you feel about your chances?
I'm hopeful. As I look at Tobago, I believe there is opportunity for change and people are looking for the type of change that is not colored by just party lines, but change that really looks at what Tobago needs and look at the level of representation and independent representation that needs to be presented in the national halls of parliament that looks at Tobago's issues.
What have people been telling you on the ground so far?
Okay, on the ground people are concerned about what can be done to issue Tobago's voice in the parliament and how that can be done. And one of the things we have been doing is explaining just how a Tobago representative, a true Tobago representative that comes from a Tobago-based party can represent their voice. And that's why the idea is advocating for our two representatives from East and West. Because if we are to truly raise Tobago's issues, independent of what may be happening with the parties in Trinidad, you need someone to raise the motion on the issue of Tobago and someone to second it. That way we are assured it would be discussed in the parliament. And it therefore puts the Trinidad parties, those national parties, on alert to say exactly where they stand on Tobago issues as raised by Tobagonians, because we are taking the issues from the various communities in Tobago. And that's why part of our responsibility is to connect with them. We're just not representing things, we are representing what they say. So we have to connect with them to discuss that.
Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome.
All right, and well, viewers, there you have it. The successful registration of the IDA candidate in the form of Ms. Kate Trotman. And just before she exited the office, EBC office, we had actually a surprise candidate in the form of Ricardo Phillips, of representing the class action reform movement. So it seems as though we have a total of 9 candidates in the Tobago West District. So I'm just going to go over who we've had registered so far, and then who we are going to be, who we have. There's still a couple more outstanding. So going through the list. First, we had the independent candidate for this area in the form of Mr. Leroy George. Next, we had the PNM incumbent. Third, we had the TPP's Joel Notsi Sampson. Fourth, we had Curtis Douglas for the PDP. Fifth, we had Aretha Clark for the Patriotic Front. And now we just saw the exit of Miss Kate Trotman from the IDA, and then inside right now we have the representative for the Class Action Reform Movement in the form of Ricardo Phillips. So that's about 7, right? So he should be exiting. He just went in, so he might be a few minutes before he exits. So we are still awaiting that of Mr. Dexter James from the APP. They have not yet arrived, as well as Nikosi Phillips has not yet arrived. But of course, we have to be ending our broadcast pretty soon. But just so that you, the viewers, have an idea of those that are putting themselves forward for the Tobago West constituency in this general elections on April 28th. All right, so that's it from me, Candice Jackson, at the Calder Hall Multipurpose Facility. It was a pleasure being with you all, and back to you in studio, Adana.
so much, Candice. Thank you also, Joshel Dan, who was in John Dial as well, bringing us the live broadcast as things unfolded there as well. And as Candice said, we will go over the persons who have submitted their nominations and who are now candidates. We know for Tobago East, Ayana Webster Roy of the PNM, Watson Duke of the PDP, David Thomas of the TPP, and we were also told that Wade Caruth, also of the Patriotic Front, also submitted. We have not heard from Gerard Balfour of the IDA for Tobago East, so we're waiting to confirm that as well. And in Tobago West, we also saw Shamfa Kojo Lewis of the PNM. We also saw Joel Sampson of the TPP, Aretha Clark of the Patriotic Front, Leroy George, independent candidates, Curtis Douglas, PDP, and also Kate Trotman of the IDA. And we have been told that Ricardo is also submitted nomination forms as well. We are still to await Dexter James of the APP and Nikosi Phillips of the UTP for the West. And ladies and gentlemen, we're so happy that you stayed with us throughout the entire broadcast today. This is where we have to end our broadcast for the coverage of Nomination Day here in Tobago. Of course, we will continue to bring you updates as we head into election, as we head into the campaign season, and then the day of election as well. Tobago Updates is your #1 choice for bringing you the broadcast, as it were, for general elections. Are very, very interesting elections here in Trinidad and Tobago. We're seeing 8, possibly 9 political parties, or at least candidates for the Tobago West, and then 5 for Tobago East. Very, very interesting, very, very interesting, and we want to see how things turn. So stay with us, your official station for all things general elections 2025. I am Adana Kambi, and thank you so much for being here with us. This is where we end.